Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And Ghost is so good to see you, as well as all evil robots are welcome here tonight. You will stay a while? Oh, excellent. I'm glad to have you here. Hi, evil robot. Congrats on being tonight's first champion. My name is Damien Hallmay. I'm a professional disruptor. That is, someone who comes inside of your status quo and tries to break things up. I see what you're doing and it's suboptimal and it puts you to sleep. You waste the time between your shifts. You're only productive for a paycheck for somebody else's endeavors. And then you go home and you become anti-productive for yourself because you're so tired of helping someone else. And I'm here to win you back your freedom. As much work as that is. You're looking into my face? No, I'm looking into your soul. Right inside that part of you that should be warm, but for some reason, Stuart, yours is a little lukewarm. Rose Troa, did someone mention suboptimal? Yikes, come on. That's how status quos get prego. True. Do you really want to pay child support to your status quo? Or do you want to take that money back and keep it for yourself? That's a spider on that bookshelf. Hi. He moved fast. He did not want to be seen. He did not want to be perceived. And I've been there. How many of y'all in chat? I know I just started the stream, so chat's like, X number of people. How many of y'all do not like being perceived unless you opt for it? You turn on a camera or you go into a voice chat or you go somewhere and then you're choosing it. But if somebody comes to you when you're not ready, yeah, I don't like being perceived. It's weird, being on the camera, being an actor, being a personality and a very minor celebrity, not even the sort that could write home to my mom's passed away, but those roles you could write home to mom about. I told her about the roles that I did and she passed away. And hello, Christiana. And even without her presence, I still don't think I would bag a whole heck of a lot of roles that I would write home about. But when I'm not doing that stuff, I don't so much like to be perceived, to be perfectly honest. I am often forgotten when not in front of people. What? That's weird. I remember you lots, and you're not in front of me. I mean, you're probably closer than a lot of other people. If I can think of my core friend group, you are maybe, yeah, the close. You're you're one of the closest. So, I mean, that's just locative space, but that doesn't mean I see you. But when I don't see you, I still think about you. And everybody should. You all should think of Christiana because the Eldritch goddess who sometimes haunts the Discord server in the live streams is apparently a fan favorite. One day you might like her more than me, and then I'll cry in a corner and eat lots of ice cream. I mean, the perk is I get a reason to eat lots of ice cream and just get fat and sad. Well, it's a mixed perk, right? Bittersweet, because crying, then your tears fall into the ice cream pint, and then it makes it kind of salty, and it's a little weird. It's a mixed bag. I've had enough of being perceived. It was fun. I'm doing other stuff now. Fun employment means no perception, and I'm sure that's a certain opiate in and of itself. What flavor of ice cream? Good question. So Oz has, let me back up or go one meta level above this. Oz and I have a knowledge base that is separate from the knowledge base that I'll be working on tonight. Tonight's knowledge base is the one that only the people who have ascribed to the envy role in my Discord, there's 7 deadly sins. Envy is one of them. If you're in the envy role and then you ask for permission, because you have to ask for permission. It's like a double. It's 2 doors, right? Or it's like launch. Have you ever seen like nuclear launches on a movie? They always have like 2 red buttons that you have to like lift a glass thing. You insert 2 keys. Both people turn the keys at the same time. Then you can push the button. It's kind of like that. So there's two locks to the knowledge base. You could. Sorry, I'm speaking faster than my own saliva can handle. You get into the knowledge base. You have access to the game schedule, the sort of like greater scheme of monetization, future plans, the stuff that I was going to talk about in the legacy stream last Wednesday, and then we just ran out of time because I needed to go to sleep so I could go to have a productive day at work the next day, because the day job is still really draining, and we'll talk about the day job probably at some point tonight because God, it's been awful. And in that knowledge base we have, you know, all my detailed information for the different sins as well. I don't know if the sins necessarily all need a knowledge base, but they're there just in case as a placeholder. And tonight we're going to be working on the gluttony one. Oz and I have a distinct knowledge base from that one that's private. And in that one, among other things to help us keep reference and have a place to like a single library that's at the core of everything. So if you need financial information, it's there. Tax information, it's there. When we have gift cards, the gift card numbers or scan barcodes or all that stuff is there. So we don't need to like carry the physical cards or download another app or whatever. In addition to all that, we also have a section of that called standing orders. And in standing orders, we have what we usually order anytime we happen to have the funds to go out for a given restaurant or a treat, or if you're going to go out for a snack run or whatever it happens to be. And I don't have an ice cream cadence. That might not be the right word. A priority queue. I think that's no, that's not. Queue's not the right term. Just like a priority preference. But Oz does. And top of her list is the Haagen-Dazs white chocolate raspberry truffle ice cream, which, sad to say, because of shrinkflation, they no longer sell in pints. So if you go to the pint section of the grocery store where we live and you look for Haagen-Dazs, there are a whole bunch of containers there that look pint-sized, and they're not pints. They are less. A pint is, I'm going to get close to my mic because I'm upset about this. A pint is 16 ounces in Freedom units, right? So you want 1 pint of Freedom units, you get 16 ounces of Freedom units worth of ice cream. And Haagen-Dazs refuses to give you 16 ounces anymore. They still charge more than other companies charge for their motherfucking pints. And so you can buy a pint of ice cream from a company, from other companies, even bougie ones like Ben & Jerry's, and you'll still pay less for 16 ounces than the amount that you get from Haagen-Dazs, which is officially, after shrinkflation, 14 ounces. They've slimmed off 2 ounces, and they hide it so well in the way that they package their ice cream that you would never know that you haven't just bought a pint unless you pay a little bit extra attention when you're trying to buy their shit. And you go, holy crap, you do not say 1 pint on your container anymore. You now say 14 ounces because you're legally at least required to say exactly how much ice cream you have in there. That said, that's Oz's favorite, and the reason why I got her white chocolate raspberry, whatever it's called, the raspberry white chocolate truffle one. The reason I got it for her is because it's been on sale for a while. Why has it been on sale for a while? My theory is Haagen-Dazs knows the shit they're pulling on you, and they've put their ice cream on sort of a long-standing discount. They're going to run this discount for months so that people will look at the unit price for, price per ounce, and they'll go, oh, that's reasonable. And then you'll get addicted, and then you'll not pay attention when the sale goes away, and you'll consider just buying them over and over again after that, which we do not do. because fuck Haagen-Dazs for their efforts. The only reason why we're buying their shit is one, Oz loves their flavor, and two, as long as they keep this apologetic sale, we'll keep buying their shit. And the moment that sale disappears, the moment they try to go full price on their goods, we're gone. We do not have brand loyalty. We will not pay the crazy amount of money that they charge for less than a pint of ice cream. It's not worth it. Okay. My favorite flavor of ice cream, I don't know, mint chip, probably mint cookie. I like mint. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. I don't eat a lot of ice cream. I've already gained enough weight with all the cortisol running through my veins these last 5 or 6 years, and I don't need ice cream in the mix. Not right now. I'll tell you when things are so copacetic here and we're the happiest beings with no stress except for raising children, I'll let you know what my favorite ice cream is at that point. Caramel ice cream goes well with salty tears. Oh, good point. I'd have my own salted caramel. D's salt with Ben & Jerry's caramel or something like that. I bought caramel ice cream at the store today, so I suppose I'm prepared. All right, Tra. I guess the next thing is we got to make you cry. It seems fitting. You've got the caramel. Now you just need the salt. We're here for you. Huzzah, preparedness is key. Indeed, indeed. How does D feel about Cherry Garcia? It's good. I like cherry. I like chocolate. Cherry Garcia is a great flavor. Honestly, I like a lot of Ben & Jerry's flavors. But there probably isn't one flavor of ice cream that really stands out above the rest that I would say I will eat this one above all others, and I will always choose this one if it's available. So I'm an ice cream tourist, I guess I would say. Fun fact, do you know where the phrase mind your P's and Q's come from? Pints and quarts, right? And it's a pub term, if I'm not mistaken. So it's more about your drinks and not your ice creams, if I'm not mistaken. Humans and habits are 2 reliable bits to that recipe. Oh yeah, absolutely. Pubs would serve beer in pints and quarts. So when people got rowdy, they were saying they should mind their drinks. Yeah. Pay attention to your drink, bubbo. Stop paying attention to what everybody else is doing. Don't get your nose in other people's business. Just drink your drink and shut up. But now we'll apply it to ice cream socials. Wait, what's an ice cream social? I've heard the term ice cream social, but I don't think I've ever been so privileged to have attended one to understand. Do you bring ice cream and serve it and everybody eats it and they socialize? Which, sounds nice. It sounds like a tea party, but with something tastier than tea, because tea to me is mildly boring. Sorry for those of you that love their tea, their daily tea. For me, I'm okay with Taiwanese milk teas with boba, but a lot of other types of tea, afternoon tea sort of thing, not really my thing. I get it. I've tried it. If you have the tea baked goods and you have cream to add to your tea. I tried Earl Grey when I was young and I didn't really appreciate it. And for many years, I would continue to try different types of teas and didn't really get it. And then I tried tea with cream and I was like, oh, holy fuck, this is amazing. So I'm definitely put the cream or milk or whatever in your tea and it unlocks a whole new flavor metric for me. Yeah. But I'd probably rather go to an ice cream social than tea time. The Ben & Jerry's strawberry cheesecake has always been a fave. Oh, that sounds good. I don't know that I've tried that one. Also, hang on one sec, just to be sure that Social Stream's doing its shit. I just want to check on all of the Social Stream Ninja stuff, and of course, everything. I just updated this to a new version, and I think I've killed it. Give me 2 shakes of lamb's tail. Just want to make sure. I will catch up with chat here shortly. But I just want to make sure that all of my chats are going to be running tonight as best as they can. I know the Instagram one literally never works. Akumo, I do see you over there. I know you're supporting me and I appreciate you. I really don't like this platform, and yet at the same time it does stuff that literally no other chat does. So how do you argue with that? Test. Okay, definitely see Trovo working in chat. That's good. Instagram, this is like the one that will like literally never work in Social Stream Ninja for whatever reason. I just updated. Oh, holy shit, it worked. Akumo, if you can hear me, can you chat in Instagram and see if your chat also happens to pop up on my little chat widget thing? I had no expectations that that would work, and then it did, and I'm confused and aroused. Kick is now not working. Everything's not working. Trova, I had to log in and do two-factor. Kick, I guarantee I'll have to do two-factor. Son of a bitch. Security sucks. All these things that you do that you're like, oh, I'm a, medium size, or I'm probably like, I'd still consider myself a small streamer. I'm a small streamer, but I should have security because who knows who's going to try to do bad stuff to me. And so I make it extra hard to do anything. I think I have two-factor. Oh, it tested twice. Great. I entered one chat and I got 2 relays for it. 2 for the price of 1. Great. Akuma might not be hearing me, might just be on lurk support, which I super appreciate. Anyways, that's most of the chats. Do I have one? Hi, Lunyar Nova. How's it going? I don't have relay for YouTube working, and that super sucks because that one's really important to me. Hang on, where's my whole thing? My whole thing. Okay, here it is. Select live sources for YouTube. Social Stream Ninja does a whole other thing on YouTube now. I just want to make sure that's actually working, and the answer is maybe it is not. Auto find and activate, no new streams. Select live and live. It says it already added. Und yet, test again, because the first test didn't go through. Damn. Okay, YouTube hates me. Well, that sucks. Please use keyframe frequency of... Wait, hello? Oh, I have like a keyframes issue going on. Give me 1 second. Currently, keyframes are not being sent. I don't even know what that means. How do I do the thing that it's asking me to do? Use it. YouTube is saying, please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Keyframes are not being sent often enough, which can cause buffering. Current keyframe frequency is 8.3 seconds. Ingestion errors can cause incorrect group of pictures sizes. I've never heard of these terms, and I would love to do what you told me to do, but it said open widget, and I don't know. I don't see a widget. It just says what my stream health is and not how to fix it. So I guess I'll just have to suffer and have bad stream analytics for this. Yeah, I don't know, man. It says what the error is and does not let me fix it. It says it's a serious issue too. Can we change it here? Details. Nah, I don't see it here. Although I do see this needs fixing. Sorry, live production stuff. You know how it goes when you're streaming on 5.5 different platforms. Customization. There's nothing here for this. It does not give me the option to do what it says it does. Use a keyframe frequency. I don't know what that is or how to change that anywhere. Also, I think I just killed that window. Where did that window go? Oh, it moved. You ever close a or what's the word I'm looking for? Maximize and then restore a window in Windows and it just doesn't do anything that you expected it to do? Yeah, YouTube is basically broken. I'll just try to keep an extra eye over to that side of the stream and follow it. Okay, let's catch back up with chat where we were. Yeah, I feel like strawberry cheesecake is something that I haven't tried before but would love to. Although at the same time, I like cheesecake as cheesecake and not necessarily as an ice cream, because I feel like the ice creams tend to be like majority not cheesecake, just like maybe a cheesecake flavored ice cream or even a vanilla flavored ice cream with a bunch of cheesecake bits in it. And it's not as appealing to me as just eating a cheesecake, which is so much richer and denser. That said, I'd still like to try it out. School and workplaces, when they get bored of pizza parties, throw ice cream socials. They usually bring the bargain giant tubs of ice cream. I'm out. In the standard flavors and force people to socialize. Ugh, that's two things I don't like. Bargain ice cream and forced socialization. Have you ever seen, oh, you probably not, but there's like the thing that describes me the best is this one scene in the show True Blood on HBO. I don't know if any of you have ever seen it. And some people in the show, two people that run this bar where vampires can drink fake blood. They have to partner up with this guy who's, I don't know, like part of a government agency or something like that. That's the one. That is exactly the one. And this guy is trying to be hip and cool. And he's like, we're going to work together and it's going to be so good. I'm even going to give you the government car to do this mission. And the owner and his best person are not for participating with this agency. And he's like, but you guys are going to love the company car. And he tosses the keys at Pam, who's like, Eric's the owner and Pam is like his right hand person, the one who basically runs the bar. And the agent tosses, I'm really messing the explanation up, but bear with me, tosses the keys to the government vehicle to Pam. And he's like, catch. And he expects them to be so excited. He expects her to catch the car keys and then they run off and drive the vehicle. And it's going to be a cool partnership. But these vampires, they don't fucking care about this government. In fact, Pam doesn't care about like anything. She's already been quoted earlier in the show as saying, my happy face and my sad face are the same, which definitely I can relate to. Pam is like my spirit animal, this vampire from the show True Blood, if you've never seen it. And we do a browser capture on this one. There it is. Let me do it on the vertical stream as well, because you all need to see this too. Yeah. So the government agent throws the keys to Pam and he's like, catch. You're gonna love this car. And she does exactly what I would do if somebody says, socially participate. We're all gonna stand up and play this game. We're all gonna do an icebreaker together. We're all gonna have so much fun. I need to hear, your answer to this. Hey D, participate with this thing. Everybody's doing it. Look at everybody around you. They're all playing this game. They're all answering my question. What's your answer? And this is how I respond. Because fuck you. Sorry, I'm in a saucy mood tonight because work sucks. Okay. Yeah, so no forced socialization. Where did I leave off? Let me catch up with the rest of chat. I love putting vanilla ice cream in green tea. Ooh, Now that sounds good, because it's cream, but it's something thicker. You got like the buttercream in ice cream plus the vanilla flavoring. I think that would be amazing. I'm gonna have to try that. From someone who's had to manage the cases when people are defrauded, trust me, that's worse. Gotcha. I hate things like two-factor with a passion myself, though, just being honest. It's kind of a necessary evil. I have two different password managers, one for things I don't care about, so it's like an online account-based password manager, and one for things I care about, so anything that's like medical and financial and everything, that one's offline. So you couldn't even, like, with online password managers, and I've always had this beef about this, if somebody ever got your a password right and fucked you over by logging into a bank or an email or some personal account or bills or something like that, and like really screwed you over that way, you can always change that password, use your password manager to move past that and lock them out, and you're fine. But if somebody ever got your password management password right, like they hacked you at that level, and it's basically the same kind of idea, right? It's an email or a username, and then you have a password, and then you sign into that, and you're in an account, and you can see everything. If somebody got that password, they have the keys to your whole kingdom, right? And if you're just some person that doesn't like work online, you're not presenting yourself, you're not putting opinions online, you don't have a big social following, who cares what people know about you? Honestly, it's fine to use like just an online password manager. Even just like, you could probably write all your passwords on a sticky note next to your desk. Nobody's going to break into your house and steal all those passwords and try to get into all of your stuff. Some people think that they're more important than that. Trust me, you're not that important unless your name like ends in Zuckerberg and Musk and shit like that, and people really want your shit because they want to fuck with you. I have that strategy for anything that doesn't matter. You know, if you want to hack into my account for my, I don't know, 3D modeling of D&D characters, you're allowed. If you broke into my password manager and then had access to that account, I'm not going to be so sad. But if money's involved, or like medical, or, you know, anything that would dox my kids, anything like that, all of that stuff is an offline password manager that literally nobody could get into unless, I don't know, you came to my house, put a gun to my head, and forced me to do the thing. And yeah, it'd be a whole other level. And so for that reason, I really like a two-tiered password manager functionality. And then on top of that, I have a lot of different two-factors. Anywhere where two-factor can be enabled, I have it enabled. And almost every single company out there that does two-factor does it differently from each other. So I have two different two-factor authentication applications, as well as some of them just send to your phone number, and it's a whole mess. But they always tell you where they're sending it. So, and some go to your email address too, I should say. So email, phone number, or one of two different apps, and I can't change it. But the last time I was ever hacked for anything was probably Oz's and my honeymoon, which was, I don't know, 2017 or something like that. It's been a minute. Been like 8 years since anybody has compromised anything on an account for me. Yeah, two factors are extremely annoying and finicky. Yeah, I agree. The cheesecake is actually chunks of it in the ice cream, also graham crackers for the crust, and strawberries. The ice cream itself is only mildly cheesecakey. I'd really rather have the cheesecake, be perfectly honest. It sounds nice. It sounds, especially in a hot Georgia summer evening, having ice cream just beats out cheesecake most of the time, but I'd still probably rather have the cheesecake personally. Eric, my Viking, you know what I'm talking about. Pam cares about Eric and only Eric. See, man, you guys are my tribe. When I don't know half of your references and you know 100% of my references, I know that you are where you guys need to be. As long as you understand me, and in many cases you understand each other, because I know Chad's gone off about something and I'm just like, I'm not going to read that out loud because you all seem to know what you're talking about, and I clearly do not. Then I know you found your tribe. I know you found the place where you want to be. And the fact that I just mentioned True Blood and didn't really think or expect anybody necessarily would watch the show. I watched all of it. And I don't watch shows. But you have to also understand, at the time that that show was airing, I was living with my... were they my in-laws? No, not yet. We weren't married. But I was living with Oz and her parents in her parents' house. And a huge part of being part of the family, in order to be with the family and a member of the family before I was officially a member of the family, I had to watch True Blood. I had to. Turns out I actually enjoyed it, but I also had to do it anyway. But yeah, out of every character in that show that I thought was cool or badass when they fought or just had an interesting backstory or anything, I loved Pam the most because Pam best described who I am. And that meant something to see myself represented on screen. If your friends think it's hilarious to screw with you and you're accidentally friends with a bunch of hackers. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's ever happened to me. But yeah, that would be crazy. True Blood was good, then okay, then silly near the end. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of shows don't do well as they age. Very few shows, I think, get better with age, to be perfectly honest. But True Blood's arc did okay, you know? Similar to how the show Supernatural goes. I think Oz got more into it the further on she went. I never watched that one, but Oz is a fan and one of the other writers for the Edgar Allan Poe project that I rarely talk about these days, but it's still not off my, what's the word? Off my platter? That's not the right term. My docket. It's still there. The Oz project. That's a completely different thing. The Poe project. One of the Poe project co-conspirators is also a huge Supernatural fan, but I never really watched it. I went off the deep end. I was enjoying them exploring the foodie aspect. The foodie aspect? I'm not sure I remember that part. The shows never got outright bad, but definitely lose the sense of horror. I mean, and I didn't read the books, but from my understanding, the novels didn't really go that dark, right? Doctor Who got better with age. Wait, Doctor? Oh, Doctor did? Oh, I didn't know that. But I mean, isn't that partly to blame for the fact that like new producers, new directors, new actors, like new writers, everything came around to bring it back to life repeatedly, and so they use the knowledge of the IP to inform how to do better iteratively, and it wasn't like the same people working on one show with multiple seasons per se. Supernatural got weird, then better, then weird again. Maybe it's the then better part where I last left off and I didn't really hear how it got weird. I just tried putting a black raspberry liqueur probably, into a mojito. That sounds great. That sounds great. A lot of people don't really like the flavor of like the tart of berry plus mint, but I personally really like it. I experimented with it younger, and I found that while some people think that berry and mint has sort of a either medicinal or like toothpastey kind of flavor, that other people tend to really like it because there's something about the menthol plus the tart sour of berry that works pretty well together. Yeah, I think it's polarizing, but I really like it myself. Supernatural does get better, then has a spike where they should have just ended it, but continued. Huh, bummer. They brought characters back to life, which took any sense of urgency away. That's a shame. I really don't like when characters pass away or like killed off in a show and then they find a way to retcon them back in. Like, oh, just kidding. There's some technology or special spell or a demon or angel that like steps in and everything. Now you never know who's going to stay dead, sort of thing. I like stories like R.R. Martin's idea of Game of Thrones, where even the main protagonists that you see in the story could potentially be taken out, and then you have to focus on somebody else. So there's no sense of that heroic protection, right? If you're watching a movie about Spider-Man, Spider-Man never dies because there will never be another Spider-Man after that if you do that. You just can't. And so there's never a sense of real peril with him, right? No matter what you do to him, there's never a sense of real peril. And even my kids know that. They're 6 and 5, and they already know that in a superhero movie, there's no real fear or concern. And for them, it's a comfort thing. But I think as they get older, they'll realize this is kind of like there's no stakes. There's no stakes involved. And I think when you can resurrect literally anybody at any time, there's no stakes involved. Yeah. True Blood had a season with a very powerful vampire who was rich, and he had foods made from blood in like a 7-course meal. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that part. Maybe I wasn't as invested in that side arc compared to other things. The Boys is a show that is great all the way through so far. Just hope they don't fuck it up at the end. The Boys, the guys who did Supernatural, it's part of the. They are part of The Boys. It uses a lot of those actors. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. I wonder if it's my bot that's breaking the YouTube experience. Let me just. I'm thinking 5 different thoughts at the same time, like I usually do. And I just want to check my my apps, platforms, YouTube. Is everything properly signed in here? Account disconnected. You son of a bitch. Okay, that's fine. Why do I have to trust StreamerBot with my YouTube account again out of seemingly nowhere? This has got to be part of the problem. I'm so upset that I have to do this. StreamerBot already has some access. See the 4 services StreamerBot. Okay, so what? Did StreamerBot have to gain additional access or something? Here's the other thing though, is like StreamerBot already said that it was signed into those services. But now when I took a closer look, it was like, yeah, I'm signed in, but I'm not really like doing the thing. Because it said disconnected in the bot. So which is it? Now I'm actually seeing YouTube stuff in StreamerBot, which is frustrating. Now I want to check my social stream again and just be absolutely sure that everything's going to activate properly. And do another test, because yeah, I'm not seeing anything YouTube whatsoever, and I just really want it to freaking work. I guess not. Maybe StreamerBot will have to start again next stream. See if I can get it to work. Womp womp. Okay, well anyways, the back to life thing in Supernatural turned into kind of a running gag considering who God was, which sounds funny, but it also sounds kind of, I don't know, cheapening, I suppose. You get to see the guy who portrays God in Supernatural and The Boys. His part is a lot less glamorous, you mean, in that show though? I knew someone who stopped watching Game of Thrones because every character they decided they liked ended up dying and they just couldn't cope. We were just talking about Walking Dead in the last stream for that same reason, that for some people, like the characters that they cleaved to the most, that they thought were the reasons that were interesting to watch the show revolved around those characters and their arcs, and you get rid of that character. And maybe, and I don't know this, maybe those characters actually survive in the manga or comics or whatever it is. I shouldn't say manga for that one, right? That if those characters survive but they kill them off in the show, then people might get really pissed off and say, this is that person's the whole reason why I would want to watch the show in the first place. Or maybe it's just because they really liked them in the show, and you see that person go away, and it's like, well, without that character, I had no more reason because I didn't really buy into the other characters. For a lot of shows, having an ensemble cast means touching on demographics that hit a wider audience base. And so if you take out somebody who represented a specific metric or a specific personality type, and they're like, oh yeah, I don't like any of the characters but this person, and because this person's in, now I have a buy-in, now I have a reason to enjoy the show because this is how I would do the zombie apocalypse, right? You take out that person, and it's like all you're left with are all the other people that were subpar to you, that you didn't enjoy, you weren't bought in, and you're disenfranchised from the show at that point. Yeah. And I think the same thing of Game of Thrones. There's one character in Game of Thrones, I don't mind saying it out loud, it's Arya. If anything ever happened to Arya and she was taken out of the show entirely, and the show does her, I don't know, 70% justice to the books, and I'm not a have to read the books sort of person. I was forced to read the books by Oz's mom. Oz's mom said, it's because I was having trouble getting bought into the show. I tried starting the show twice, and I was like, I'm not really for this. This isn't really my scene. And she's like, maybe you'd really like the books because they're a lot better and more nuanced than the show. And well, it doesn't sound like she forced me, but trust me, she forced me. She forced me to read the books. And I read the books, and I was like, okay, I really like the books, and I'd be willing to watch the show now that I know what the books say. And I bought into Arya from the books quite a bit. The show does her justice pretty well, but the books are where she's at. If in the book series, for whatever reason, not that R.R. Martin will ever finish the book series, but if somebody like Brandon Sanderson steps in and finishes the book series for him when he passes away, because we all know that's probably going to happen. He'll pass away long before he ever finishes any of the remainder of the books, because who cares? He's rich and doesn't want to do this anymore. When somebody who loves the series enough, which is not Martin, finishes the series and finishes the story out, if they kill off Arya, I'm done. I will not read the rest of the books because she's the only person I care about. She's the only one that I'm actually bought into. I like Tyrion because he's clever and they write him in interesting ways, but a world with Tyrion and no Arya is not worth continuing, in my opinion. Yeah. The dude who plays God has a bit part where his power is cloning himself and is a weirdo who human centipedes himself to help himself get off. Sounds not up my alley. Or it's either gross or goofy, and either way, I'm not really down. Walking Dead became more of a commentary on how terrible humans are and stopped being about the zombies at all. And I mean, honestly, like really zombie movies, shows, and anything else really do come down to the interpersonal aspect. But I agree, at some point, the zombies became so pathetically useless as a narrative plot point that there really was not anything zombie about the show. They would come up periodically, but there is no more real fear involved with that. The fear was, hello. Well, hello. If it isn't a real. Using some of my favorite emoji that other people don't use, because we cool like that. I don't like a zombie show that doesn't keep the zombies at the center in some way. Now, obviously, zombies help the interpersonal conflicts come to the forefront and are the reason why they are the reason why zombie movies do so well explaining drama, because the drama of the human experience, trusting one another, creating new structures and systems when everything's falling apart around you, that has to happen in a world where zombies are like winning and defeating the people and pushing in and becoming, you know, a force to be reckoned with. But in Walking Dead, the zombies were a backdrop and the interpersonal drama took entire forefront, almost to the point where it was not about the zombies basically almost at all. It was just warring factions. And the factions could be interesting, except to me, they weren't. Somebody watching the show is probably like, oh, hell yeah, the junk people and the drama people and the sadistic people, those are cool factions, and I love this show, and I can't wait to see how this plays out. I was bored out of my skull. Just wasn't for me. I wanted to see a world where people tried to understand how to mitigate the zombie threat, and it kept getting worse, and they had to keep upping the stakes, not this whole 3-faction PvP thing or world v world thing. It got boring to me super quick, and that's about where I noped out. I didn't care if people died, but I cared that the show was about 3 factions. I didn't care about fighting for dominance. To be fair, the entire concept isn't sustainable because math. I'm not sure I know the math involved behind Walking Dead. Can you explain it? Also, hello, Glitch. Welcome on in. That possibility had never occurred to me for someone who could replicate themselves till just now. Yikes. Yup. That's a big yikesy, dicey thing there. Let me just check, because I know I had the one chat in here and then I turned it off. It's still here, but it's like, it's in the wrong. Maybe I'll just put it up here. And I don't think I have it over in my vertical stream now either, or do I? Social stream ninja, hello? It's not even there, son of a bitch. Okay, that is a browser source, I believe. There it is. We're just gonna stick this by the ticker, and we might place it there. Maybe it'll be good there. We'll try it out. We'll see how it works out. I don't have my other little stream dock thing on screen. That's my fault. The scene is shocking / funny, like most of the boys. Shocking and funny does not strike me as in my interest. I also don't think that when a lot of people think they're funny, I think they are funny for the broad audience and not for me. That's just me. Humor rarely gets me, and so people trying to be funny mostly whiffs past me as overdone, something I've already seen before, expected, boring. Yeah. That or just horrific. If it was just horrific, that would be nice. But if it's like Human Centipede as just horrific, that to me is just like body horror. And body horror to me is boring. Super boring. I've seen just about everything you could possibly see. I mean, I used to watch like when the internet was still quite full of this kind of content. I used to watch a lot of like snuff and like real life violence and horror and slicing off of body parts and, you know, terrorists and stuff like that doing their thing. And so watching a movie where they simulate that kind of stuff, it's super boring. It doesn't hit the same way when you know it's cinematic. The inciting incident of the show is really traumatic. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. The Boys doesn't shy away from how weird or scary people can get if they had powers. Oh, okay. I saw a zombie movie way too young and it created a whole series of anxieties that persist to this day. Have you ever set up your own like zombie apocalypse survival plan? Because Oz and I had talked about one with some of our friends at one point, especially when we lived in this one place with like 5 other people at peak. And so 7 of us under one roof. It was a sizable house, but at the same time, like even sizable houses have like one set of washer and dryer and like one kitchen. And so there's still some frustration about living with that many people, no matter the size of house. And it wasn't like it was like really sizable, so we'd never run into each other kind of thing. It was like a mansion or anything. We set up our own like zombie apocalypse plan with what everybody was well skilled at doing and what we thought we could get away with. And we even had some friends that were like, if you guys have this such a great plan, we want to piggyback off of it. So like when the zombie apocalypse comes, we're coming to your place and joining your ranks. It got that serious. Still kind of like tongue-in-cheek. None of us were really imagining that would actually come. But there's also some like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like prepper? Is that the right term for somebody who like spends an inordinate amount of time and resources to like buy goods and set up bunkers and create backup plans and have emergency kits in the car that you cycle through, you know, annually or whatever. And you have like all these things in place so that if anything ever happened, dissolution of the government, the political party you hate suddenly coming into power and starting riots in the streets, whatever happens to be, that you've got something planned for that kind of thing. That was kind of like what we were screwing around with at the time. I wish they hadn't butchered the movie World War Z. I never saw that one. The book was amazing. I didn't know it was based on a book. Cool. Body horror really upsets me. I'm completely opposite. I watched so much actual body horror that I'm MTV generation about it. It washes right over me. And if you do it fake for a movie, then it super doesn't bother me because I've already seen so much real stuff. If you have 7 billion humans on the planet, world-altering diseases usually strike 10 to 20%. So 700 million to 1.4 billion, but most of them would be in China based on that. In Walking Dead, they indicated everyone is infected. They just don't turn until they die. Oh, interesting. If there are like 8 humans to every 2 zombies, that's easy. That's easy to kill. And even if, let's say, only 10% of the people are still alive, there are episodes where they kill hundreds. Eventually, you're going to run out of zombie hordes. Yeah, I'd imagine. That's true. Plus, you have all those zombies that they become like frail or weak or completely just collapse because they can't find anything to eat. Like if you become a zombie in like a breadbasket area of a country, it's like there's nothing but fields and fields of like corn and wheat and stuff for you, and all you want to do is consume brains. You're gonna wander around. You're gonna find that like one family for like, you know, forever distance apart till the next family. You're gonna maybe catch them, or maybe because they're farmers, they're gonna shoot your, you know, head off, and then you can't eat brains anymore because you're missing a head, and that's pretty much the end of you. I feel like zombies would be a pretty bad experience, except in highly urban areas. Then if you're a zombie, you've got like a lot more chance to survive for a long time. But most zombies probably wouldn't persist very long in most of the world. The inciting incident is a speedster accidentally runs full force into the protagonist's girlfriend and explodes her in slow motion, and then the company the speedster works for tries to pay the protagonist off. Okay. Doesn't sound, I don't know. The way you explain it, I'm not sold. I have an obsessive thought of how I would save everyone in the case of a zombie apocalypse. As a kid, it was really bad. I couldn't fall asleep if I didn't walk through the entire plan to get all of our animals to safety. Oh, that's very sweet. Obviously, animals are best beings and they should be saved first. But hopefully, the idea with zombies is that if they are infected the way they are in so many stories, they're craving like human flesh or human brains or whatever, and like animals are really not part of it. Or if they're part of it, hopefully they can defend themselves, because a shambling human corpse running after an animal is probably going to freak the animal out and they're going to run away. And as long as that zombie can't use firearms or fire a bow and arrow, how are they going to catch most animals? That's another fun quirk about Mormons. They strongly encourage a rather massive amount of food storage as a precaution. Why, may I ask? What's the motivation there? I'm just curious. World War Z, the book, is a story after the zombie apocalypse has happened and is mostly in check. Mostly in check. What does that mean? And a reporter is doing interviews with different people. The movie is a generic zombie movie. Oh, boring. Wasn't Brad Pitt in that one? He doesn't necessarily sell movies for me, and I saw the trailers and I just wasn't really for it. And I like zombie movies, okay. I really like the 28 Days series of movies. I'd be curious to see the 28 years later? Curious to see that one, how it pans out. 28 Days Later is probably one of my favorite zombie movies of all time. They did a fantastic job. The zombies have mostly been dealt with. Oh, lame. What the heck? To be prepared for the second coming. Oh, rapture idea. Yeah. They teach it will be years of wars before peace occurs and that the world's order will be disrupted. So they'll need to rely on each other in the church. It must really piss them off to hear that the kingdom of heaven's an internal experience and not an external coming, unless they super just ignore that part of the Bible, or they tell you that the Bible doesn't actually say that and that it's like been mistranslated or some shit. I love how people argue the inerrancy of the Bible in religious communities until you give them something that's like, this completely derails your line of thought, and they're like, oh, well, that's not actually what the Bible, that's not what that word means, or that's not what they actually said, or somebody mistranslated it along the way. Because otherwise, then my faith would fall apart and I can't have that. You know what I'm talking about? Where they say, I have to look it up because I'm not Mormon. I'm not Christian. I'm not, don't believe in a second coming. But a lot of people that have prophesied the idea of the actual kingdom of heaven coming down in lightning and clouds and thunderheads and Jesus coming down and hello? We so punny. What a friggin' honor. Hi and welcome, you beautiful raiders. Hello, hello. Let's do a big shout out for these folks. If you don't know We So Punny yet. Oh, thank you for the shout out.
Yikes. Oh. Ah. Well, that wasn't fair. They were shooting more guns than I was. Why don't you go yell at them? They're not a threat like you are.
Yeah.
So rude. It's gotta end the Ripley bloodline.
I have yet to play that, but it looks so intense. I'm curious to try it out. Hello and welcome. Do you have one for all the characters? Do you have... I don't know who's my favorite, honestly. I'm a fan of... Honestly, I like Leo, Dawn, and Raph, and I just never bought into Michelangelo. I know he's a lot of people's favorites, but to me, he's the least nuanced and interesting, where the other three have something worthwhile. Raph's Bean's favorite. Gotcha. Good stuff. I like Raph. I'm a sarcastic, bitey person myself, so Raph speaks to me. Oh yeah, we were looking up the whole idea of like rapture coming. That's what I was talking about. The idea that there would be like a second coming of God in the form of Jesus and bringing it all down like physically into the world. Luke 17:21. King James? You want King James version? I'm just pulling this out of my ass. Don't think of me as a biblical scholar. I just know when people have like funny ideas like like God's gonna like re-manifest on the planet. So 17:21 from Luke says, nor will they say, behold here or there, for behold, the kingdom of God is in your midst. And in your midst is normally translated, I think this actually is not the official King James version. Yeah, they fucked it up. Wow, that website's already like mistranslating the original King James because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They said in your midst. That is not true. Okay, found the original King James version. Let's add the phrase just before it. When he was demanded of the Pharisees, I think they mean Jesus. He was demanded of the Pharisees when the kingdom of God should come, i.e. the second coming. He answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation. You will never look and see the second coming appear. Because, quote or colon, neither shall they say, lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Which, you know, to be perfectly honest, aligns with major world religions already. So to say that would be wrong, and that all the other major world religions, God's creations, and all other creeds and races and socioeconomic backgrounds would be wrong to think that there's sort of an internal development structure, the freedom from the cycle of samsara and the attainment of nirvana within yourself, etc., etc., and every other world religion. The idea is a development of the self to some sort of like excellence level. And this verse in Luke is also saying the same thing. Don't look there. Don't look here. Don't look outside. Don't be looking at the clouds in the sky and saying, look, there's a second coming happening. It's happening on this planet in physical form. It's not. It's fucking not. The Bible even says it's an internal, it's inside of you. The second coming thing, this like creation of heaven or resurrection of the, I don't know, whatever happens to be. Your second coming idea, it's entirely internal. And I don't think this is the only one. There's also like quotes that say something like, one person's going to experience it to like next to another person, and one will experience it and the other one won't, which is and that's an internal thing, right? Like if somebody was actually like flying down from the clouds with a lot of lightning and shit, like look like Thor coming down to Earth in New Mexico, then you would expect everybody would be able to see it. And that's just couldn't be possible if one person experiences it and the other one doesn't. Then it's an internal one, right? Matthew 24:40. I'm sorry, I know I'm proselytizing to nobody because all of you agree with me, and none of you would ever agree with like these weird takes that don't make any sense. King James Version, Matthew 24:40. Two shall be in the field, the one shall be taken and the other left. So, and I know some people believe that means that like it will be a physical event, but one person will be left behind, like the Left Behind series with, what's his name? What's his face? Kirk Cameron that did the Left Behind series. That the idea is that it's actually physical, but some people would just be left on a post-rapture planet to fend for themselves without God. Fucking ridiculous version. Ridiculous. Reading of the thing. Anyway, what was I going about this? So the Mormons teach it will be years of war before peace occurs, and that the world's order will be disrupted, so they'll need to rely on each other in the church. Yeah, I don't see any indication of that outside of the Mormon faith. So nobody else seems to believe that. They still have the dangerous zones, but society has recovered for the most part. Boring to me. Why can't I say this fast? World War Z, the book, reads like a post-World War II book written by a reporter doing interviews with survivors about their experiences during the war or the beginnings of the war. That sounds kind of like an interesting take on a philosophical level, but maybe not so much on a practical how the book turned out level. But you say the book's pretty good. Also, hi Rush, how we doing tonight? Welcome on in. Does anybody have any snacks to provide to Rush? I am trying to break the snack habit of having stuff around all the time to like give to Rush, and also to snack myself into heavier and heavier weights. I was gaining a lot of weight in the last 5 years, mostly due to cortisol and bad eating habits and bad sleeping habits. And I'm over it. I don't want to do it anymore. It explores how miscommunication, selfishness, propaganda can make things so much worse. Oh, so like a really good sci-fi book where the idea is here's the setting and it's interesting and captivating on a fantasy sort of level, but we're going to talk about real shit that's really bothering human society. I really like work like that, to be perfectly honest. Matthew 24:36. Let me pull that up too. Thanks, We So Punny. You guys are the best. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. I mean, that one could still be used for rapturists to say when the second coming comes down in great thunderclouds and in the heaven and all that sort of thing. Nobody's going to know when it's actually happening. And so it's going to happen, but we don't know when. Whereas the things that I was trying to quote were really that this is internal, personal experience. Two people can be very close to each other, sleeping in bed together, working in the fields together, whatever. One person will experience it and the other one will be just like nothing ever happened. That, and like literally the Luke phrase saying the kingdom of heaven is within you, basically screams all of this stuff. When you're next to somebody and one person doesn't see it, it's because it's internal, right? If Luke says it's internal, it's internal. And so it's still one of my favorite introductions. I really love that that's how that one's set up. Yeah, the idea that anybody would ever be like looking to the heavens when Luke literally says, look neither here nor there, but look inside of you. You're fucking up. If you think you're gonna save up a bunch of bunker stuff because the world government's gonna fall apart and your personal religious faction is gonna oh crap, Twitch ads, your personal faction is gonna win out. The Bible disagrees with you, and most of these religions we're citing that have this idea about this sort of like rapture, second coming, like breaking down of the world so that God and Jesus can come down and reform it or start factions and start a war. It's not supported by the books that you're basing it on. It's just not. If you take all of the quotes, anyways. Yeah. Because we're an ad break and I still have some more chat to catch up with, but I don't want everybody to necessarily miss it. I'm going to take a quick bio, and I recommend you do the same. Grab a quick snack, hydrate, take your meds if you haven't taken it. If you're rating in and you're like, wow, I just watched a whole great stream by We So Punny. And for those of you that don't follow We So Punny, please do so now. Thank you very much. On Twitch. You guys have a YouTube too, right? I think. Please do so. I'm going to take a quick break and I will BRB probably before the ad break is over. All right. See you in a sec. We're about to start explaining.
You are my dad.
Oh.
You're my dad. Wookie.
A double whammy. They both came at the same time. Giggity.
I wonder if somebody clips what is going on. Will my voice stay deep? Or will everything like unphase itself?
Makes one deep for you.
See, but you have to hit a button to do that. I've got Herma deep.
Oh, I've had.
That's what she said.
Yikes! Are you guys joining on me or what?
Gato was asking if we wanted to fuck
Mickey Mouse's best
Goofy.
friend.
Oh,
Goofy.
thoughts on Goofy
Yeah.
Goofy the dog. I see what you said. I mean, you know, if
I
we
mean,
were
to each
alone
their
on a
own.
desert island or something. Uh-huh.
And there's nothing else, and no one else. I guess we're chuckling along.
Yep.
I mean, I heard his cover of Evanescence, and I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the best cover of Bring Me to Life I've ever
Fucking
heard.
hell.
Wake me up. You haven't heard this? Go look it up. Go YouTube it. I'm gonna post it on this.
Everyone else might be doing the helicopter dick. I'll be doing like the light switch, the little flicker up and down, like it's trying, but can't get the motion. But my belly's like just fucking. Yeah, I might throw myself around, but I don't know about the helicopter dick. I'll work on that.
I
Definitely.
mean, just
not
just do the hula hoop motion. You'll be fine.
It's definitely not a flaccid dick trick of mine.
Yeah, that.
So Penny just subscribe.
A sub. Anon. Thank you so much for being a friend of the stream to We So Punny. They are some of our favorite people. They are fun. They have a good time, and we really appreciate the presence. So thank you for that. Okay, let me catch up with chat, and then stuff. Where did I last leave off? Ralph is the best. Ralph? You mean Raph? I do like Raph. I don't know who Ralph is. But that day and hour knoweth, no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Yeah. Oh my God, it's Thanos. I still don't. I haven't watched the movie with Thanos in it. We're working up to it though. The girls are finally starting watching the Marvel movies. They've been watching them mostly in order, although they were really, really excited to know who Black Panther was on a deeper level, and so we watched Black Panther out of order. We'll come back to it again back in order again, but so far we've watched up through Avengers 1, and that's the one we just finished, and they were very excited. They've been excited so far about every movie. They've been rooting for the heroes. They've been just like really in love with the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe. And watching the Avengers movie, the first one, really allows a 5 and 6 year old to see so many characters on the screen at once and to really get a vibe check from them as to like who resonates with them. Because at that age, they're not going to internalize their experiences. They'll be vocal. They'll be quiet for parts they're bored or don't understand. And they'll be really loud on the parts where they do understand and follow. And they fucking love the Hulk. It's the weirdest. I wasn't expecting that one. Some characters, I think, like, you need to be older to understand why they're cool. Why is Loki so insidious? Why is Black Widow so sharp and manipulative? When you hear what's going on with the way that they communicate through dialogue, it's like, fuck, it gives you chills. They're so good at what they do, right? But you need to understand the subtext of what they're saying. And in some cases, the 5-year-old doesn't really get subtext right now, but the 6-year-old gets it in some ways. We watched the old Sam Raimi Spider-Man films before we started on the Marvel Cinematic Universe arc. And watching Venom be a monster freaked out the 5-year-old. Well, she was 4 at the time. She didn't like seeing monstrous things. But the 6-year-old was like, whatever. Monsters are cool. I like monsters and teeth and tongue and drippy stuff. That's fine. But when she saw Venom, in the case of the movie I'm talking about, when Venom infected Peter Parker's brain and he started to act bad, when he was a bad guy because of the way he was being manipulated, she freaked out. She actually noped out of the room and watched it from, or tried to watch it from really far away, because she was so upset at somebody's brain being manipulated. So she gets some of the subtext. Even still, both kids were disenfranchised with most of the characters. They like some of the cool stuff. They like when Thor and Iron Man do like big explosive things. I don't think Captain America wins them out nearly as much because he's kind of like just a man but better. But what they really appreciate is seeing somebody who is not in control do controlled things here and there. And maybe that resonates with a little kid. Like, they have trouble controlling their impulses and doing the right thing. And then every once in a while, they do the right thing so hard. And you're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for cleaning your room or helping without us asking or whatever. And then they see the Hulk do the same thing. They're like, he did it too. He has troubles paying attention or doing the right thing. And he just did the right thing. And when, the spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen Avengers 1, if you, I don't know, if you haven't seen it, why are you even in this chat? But I don't watch a lot of IP, so, you know, I get it. But spoilers for the first Avengers film. When Hulk grabs Loki and does the thing, they cheered hardcore. That was their favorite part of the movie. Hands down, nothing else was as important as what Hulk did to Loki at the end of that Avengers movie. And I get it. Pretty amazing visually for a little. All right, let me catch up with chat. Yeah, I think it was literally just me being a sniper. We were playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Jedi and Sith. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Tell them the monsters are just like superhero version of like tigers or sharks. They're just sharper. Yeah, I guess that's true in some ways. Wait, did I skip a bunch of stuff or am I caught up? Oh crap, I skipped some of this stuff. My bad. So one person will experience the second coming and the other none at all. Sounds like a common problem. Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is, and I don't remember the exact quote because the one that I looked up was kind of like, it was still questionable as to whether it would be like, is it personal or impersonal, or is it like outward or not? And maybe some people would just be left behind. But there are a couple verses that mention this that really make you feel like it's not an experience where somebody will be around and just left behind, but like two people will be side by side and one will feel it and the other won't. But I feel like the way it's described is one is taken and the other left, which I think leads some people to believe you get like beamed up like in a spaceship. You get beamed up by God's love and the other one's just left behind in a godless world like Kirk Cameron wants you to feel. Although now that I'm looking at Luke 17:34 again, it does officially say that there will be two men in one bed, which, just saying, if you feel like Leviticus tells you can't sleep with another man if you're a man, Luke says you can. Two men in one bed, one taken, the other left. I'm just looking at the verbatim description of it. It says two men in one bed. Doesn't seem to be an issue with the Bible. Not in the New Testament. Gotta back down off that old Leviticus shit. Jesus came down with the second covenant. You should drop off. Like they made fun of what's her face? Who's the famous radio DJ that kept talking Leviticus and then somebody came on her show and was like, I feel like you're full of shit. Laura Judge. I don't know. I don't listen to much talk radio. This is a long time ago anyway. I think they replayed it in like House of Cards or something. They made fun of that radio show moment in a TV show later on. One among you probably knows what I'm talking about, where somebody starts citing like, oh, if you believe in the abomination of the sin of being homosexual in Leviticus, then you probably also believe in all these other Leviticus rules, and goes off on this like whole list and proves how bullshit it is to use Leviticus in modern times as a moral compass. If someone says they know the date rapture, that's the passage says no you don't. Oh yeah. I think it was, oh wait, we already read some of that. Sorry, just catching up with other chat that I knew I hadn't read yet. I'll admit it's a good one. Dr. Laura, that's who it was. Yeah. DMD the boys scene? Tragic death scene. I'll watch that later. Thanks. House of Cards was so good until they had to write Kevin Spacey off in the final season. Yeah, so I watched, and you all can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't really follow in a lot of people's like personal drama things, although I've been particularly interested in seeing how this Epstein shit plays out with Trump, because I think it's really, really fucking cringe and super crazy obvious that somebody in the chief executive office of this particular nation would try very, very hard to tell you there's nothing there. Why, after several years after this asshole dies, do we have to continue to try to look at his papers? And I have the papers, and no, I don't have the papers, and there's nothing interesting in the papers, and we should just let it go. And I'm pissed off at all the Republicans that are focusing on this. You guys are not loyal, and I hate you. It feels super cringe. And then for him to focus on documents from Martin Luther King's assassination, something involving like FBI wiretaps or something like that from back in the day, and it's against the family's wishes. It's such an obvious, please stop talking about the Epstein files and please pay attention to literally anything else. It's fucking insane. So there's that, and then on a much lesser note and much less important, the whole pirate software, like people are starting to really dive into Thor. And the only reason I'm interested in this is because out of the people that you have said, yo, D, you should be a professional streamer by now because you really remind me of this guy or that guy, I've really taken big compliments, big kudos. I feel very, very loved for those of you that have compared me to Charlie from Moist Critical or Penguin Zero. He seems like a really nice guy. He's very deadpan compared to me, but if I'm going to be compared to him, people seem to love the crap out of him. Maybe it's just his overall vulnerability and the way he storytells. And it pleases me to see somebody that huge and to have people say, yeah, you remind me of him, like the vibe and the community and everything. I don't know, it's a big compliment. But also a number of people have compared me to Thor from Pirate Software. And at first I was like, oh, I've seen some of his shorts and it's like positive stuff. Like, here's how you survive an interview, or here's what you should do with developing skill sets so that you can pursue your life passions and eventually monetize it. And it was all very like positive life advice kind of stuff. But then the further I saw him doing like the World of Warcraft bullshit that he did, where he like rage quit his guild because people were accusing him of things, and just the bombastic narcissistic explanation of all the different things that he used to do in his career. And then when people started to analyze his claims, he backed off of that and he's like, I didn't say any of that shit. But it's like, it's all online, so you can't backtrack shit that has already been left as a personal record. I would never lie about myself because my shit is streamed to YouTube. If it's streamed to Twitch, if it's streamed to Kick, I know that stuff disappears after a time. So I could tell you, oh yeah, I used to work for the Queen of England, and you know, I was a big wig, and like ask any royal, they'll know who Damien. You just say Damien, you don't even have to say my last name. They know which Damien you're talking about. If I said that shit and then it disappeared after 2 weeks, and you say, hey, we fact checked that claim that you said in that VOD, it didn't actually happen, I'd say, what VOD? And you'd go look and it wouldn't exist anymore. But because I stream to YouTube, all of my lives are there forever. Anything I say better be real. And same thing with Thor. Anything he says better be real, because people will armchair analyze his entire career and find out what's wrong, and they are. So for those people that have compared me to him, I hope it's not for that. I hope it's not for the arrogance and the lying about my past, because I don't do that part. I refuse, you know. I know the repercussion. I know somebody out there will eventually have the free time to go back and watch all of my past streams and collect a compendium of my life. So I better just say shit that actually happened. Otherwise, it's going to come back to haunt me. So what do I talk about as far as my past? 1, very little if it's going to dox me. 2, if it's not going to dox me, I'm just going to tell you the truth, man, because the internet lasts forever. Anyway, that was a real long, quick aside. I watched an interview between Lex Friedman and Kevin Spacey, and I was kind of shocked to see that, or I guess I didn't know, the claims made against Kevin Spacey about the way he had sexual misconduct in his history in Hollywood were reliant on a bunch of cases that ended up not coming to any what's the word I'm looking for? Conviction. And so some people who were really upset at the way he interacted with them, he apologized for, but it didn't actually come to anything criminal or stick in any way. And that's not to say he's completely removed of culpability, but a lot of people, including the folks in House of Cards, felt that his what's the word I'm looking for? His reputation was so sullied from all of that he shouldn't be allowed to work anymore, when in reality nothing was officially proven. And should that be enough to stop somebody from working? Or if he was truly apologetic to anybody who came against him in court, should he still continue to pay in other ways through like forms of cancellation? It's a hard call, you know. Maybe the courts were biased, and maybe he bought folks out through settlement, and maybe he really is pretty awful, and he just looks very what's the word I'm looking for? Sympathetic in interviews? I'm not sure. But it didn't seem like it was as clear-cut a case as was made evident by the way everybody seemed to cancel him at that time. It's pretty much the beginning of the show, so it's not really a spoiler. Oh, okay. Don't know whatever came of the Kevin Spacey thing. Doesn't seem like things stuck, but it wasn't following too closely. I'm not defending of him. I don't really know Kevin Spacey personally. I've worked with some people in Hollywood, but no one that big. But if things don't stick in a court of law and a production company still acts based on perceived negative press about somebody, I feel like that's kind of like basically incentivizing future mistreatment of the system. Like, people will come out collectively to try to cancel somebody because they felt like it, or they think they don't agree with who that person is, as opposed to actually pursuing legal recourse. Because it doesn't really matter if the legal recourse sticks or doesn't stick. You can still ruin a person's reputation enough that they can't work. And I feel like that's a really dangerous loophole to leave open. I don't want to argue this point too heavily, because it also sort of feels like the reason why some people are like antagonistic against the Me Too movement is like, oh, basically any woman can say Me Too about any man, and if they disagree with that person, or if there's beef between the two of them, the woman gets the rights to completely destroy the man's career, both present and future, and that shouldn't be. And I think that kind of talk, while there's a hint of truth in that, is also a means for culpable, actually bad actor men to discredit the testimony of women that stand out against him so that he still has some sort of a foothold in things when he really shouldn't have that anymore. So it's a double-edged blade, right? We really need to be cautious that when somebody tries to downplay a scenario, we need to be sure that they're not just trying to get everybody off the scent of the trail when they really did, the things that should cancel them or paint them in a bad light. But at the same time, we shouldn't let crowd justice prevail. We have systems of justice that we should rely on, and those should be the underlying systems that we use so that we don't just imagine, I had 50 times the following I do today, which, cross fingers in the next 5 years that happens. And I tell everybody, hey, this person was a real bad actor to me. They're really mean, blah, 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 blah. I want you all to rally against them and help me get them not only unemployed, but like unemployable in their future. And a bunch of people love me so much that they'll do that thing. That's not a power that I should wield, because even if it were true, there should be more proper, like real paths of power to get somebody unemployed than my crowd justice can manage. That's how I feel about it. He called for the release of the lists during the whole Biden admin. Oh yeah, Trump? Yeah, he was the 2019 advocate of, we've got to get the Epstein names out there to the public. And I think, and I see this in maybe like 10%, if I'm going to spitball, like 10% of the MAGA crowd, including, I hate to say this, Marjorie Taylor Greene, if I say her name right, like some people are really holding him to task for the 2019 version of him that's like elitists out there, the pedophilic people who have power and ability to shove hush money in the hands of anybody should be outed, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of whose hands they've lined with money. That stuff should be out. If the party is based around MAGA, part of making America great again is stopping people from predating on the children, right? This is the whole reason why the right is so antagonistic about wokeism and the idea of teaching like certain sexual ideologies to their children. This protect the children from evil influence. Well, the Epstein list has got to have a lot of bad children influence on it, right? So get it out and do the thing, according to some MAGA and a lot of other people as well. Now it's like, oh no, get over old news. Yeah, you guys are still talking about him? It's so crazy. ATR, hi and welcome. I hadn't heard much on Spacey either, so I asked the Googly. While he was acquitted of 9 sex offense charges in the UK and found not liable in a US civil case, he still faces legal battles and a tarnished public image. Spacey's admitted to being too handsy and pushing the boundaries in the past. Yeah, and I've seen that based on his interview with Lex Friedman, is Spacey has never said, all of these people who are upset at me have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Spacey has said, I did not know boundaries as well as I wished I had, and I definitely made some people uncomfortable in my past, and I probably pushed boundaries I shouldn't have, and I had so many apologies to issue for people that I thought I knew what I was doing with, and I clearly was mismanaging those situations. And so, do I feel like Kevin Spacey is a really bad person? No. Do I feel like he was overly sexual and misreading circumstances and maybe using his prestige and personality in wrong ways? Yeah. I think he probably did, and I think he admits that he did. I think he apologized that he did, and I think that I understand why some people came at him with cases about the way that he managed his relationships with people. But if the legal system determines, yes, maybe some things happened, but no law was specifically breached, or like nothing was persecutable, then we should probably follow the law in that. And if the law says, you know, maybe he wasn't the best actor, or, you know, I don't mean actor as an actor, but like person who acted in a certain way in these manners, but he didn't break any laws, I think that the system of entertainment should be understanding of that and present that to the public eye so that people know that when you break a law and when you're disenfranchising and harming people in a way that does not follow our legal system properly, you should get punished accordingly. And if it's found that that's not the case, you should not get punished. Because what it seems like this is showing us, at least as far as the entertainment industry and being an entertainer and being an actor, I feel a little bit closer to this issue, I think, than other people do, is I feel that if somebody has been found as a bad person legally, their ability to work in the entertainment industry should be severely hampered. But if you found to be innocent legally, then your ability to work should be unhindered. The entertainment industry should turn a blind eye to that and allow you to continue to work unless something else happens along the way. Not to say that everything that an actor does needs to be supported by criminal law as far as whether you're safe to continue to employ or not. Some people can say some real bullshit that might be protected by law, but you're bad for business. I don't know that Kevin Spacey necessarily proved he was bad for business. And I could be wrong. You know, maybe the production team of House of Cards did their analysis and they're like, you know what? For what he did admit to, or what he did say, or the way he managed it in social media or in interviews, he's too much of a liability for what we're doing here. In which case, hard to argue against that. That's their own idea about what they want to do. But it is a little bit frustrating if that's the case. Now, if it was that he avoided all that stuff because he had a good legal team and he's just really good at interviewing and everything, I don't defend the guy. If he actually was a pretty awful person, I'm not going to say, and therefore we all should love Kevin Spacey no matter what. You know, proof's in the pudding. The joke for that list is that it's the only thing that the Dems and Republicans seem to be able to work together on suppressing. True, right? Although I'm hearing more and more that the Democrats, and believe me, I have a lot of grief with Dems in the last 4 to 8 years. But one thing I will appreciate is that the majority of Democrats I've heard are willing to throw people under the bus if it means getting that list out. In other words, like Clinton, of course, the Republicans have this weird idea that if Bill Clinton were ever exposed as being on the Epstein list, that the Democrats would do everything they can to protect him because he was such like a golden child in the eyes of the last few Democratic presidents. Like, he was one of the big deficit reducers and all the sort of stuff. So, you know, you got to protect him. You got to do everything you can to protect his image. And look how he beat the sexual charges against him, sort of thing, and was able to still carry out the rest of his term with some modicum of dignity. But I'm hearing modern Democrats say, you know what? If he's on the list and Trump's on the list, fuck them both. Fuck Bill Clinton if he is on the Epstein list. We don't care. We're not going to defend him. We're not going to support him. We're not going to suppress anything. Any Democrat that shows up on that list deserves everything coming to them, and every Republican as well. And I think that's the right stance to take. There's certain bitter pills that you have to take in order to win a fight. And I think when it comes to persecution of a ring of sex trafficking like Epstein was involved in, It doesn't matter who's on that list. Your favorite celebrity, your favorite politician, your favorite political party representative, anything. It doesn't matter. If they're on that list and there's culpable, there's victims that are clearly laid out and there's a clear trail and they're fucked and there's no way around it, expose it all. I say burn the whole fucking thing to the ground and get everybody exposed. Every single person that you thought was a villain, expose them. Every single person you thought was a hero and you believe in their political ideologies, burn them too. Life in prison. I don't fucking care. Destroy it all. Personally, that's how I feel. Fight Club. Destroy every single credit union, building, credit card reporting agency. Burn it all to the ground. Start over. Erase everything. Start from scratch. Give us all brand new politicians. Give us politicians from the working class. I don't want wealthy class politicians guiding policy in this country anymore. They say they support their constituents' needs. But if you are wealthy, you will never know what the working class truly believes in. Get working class people in Congress. What's up, Blaisdell? Where did we last leave off? How are the Dems suppressing it? I don't know. I haven't followed on that side of things. I guess because the Biden administration didn't release it either. Yeah, they were busy doing a lot of other things, I suppose. I won't say that I'm a huge proponent of everything the Biden administration did, but the infrastructure bill was pretty fucking good, at least for Georgia. There's a reason for that. The Epstein records were sealed by a judge until after Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. They weren't unsealed till 2024, so Biden couldn't release what he didn't have. I guess that's fair. You got to comply with the, whatchamacallit, court record strategy. So he's still in legal battles. Interesting that none of his has come of any of that. Yeah, I don't know where Spacey is as far as all of that stuff goes, but a lot of court proceedings take significantly longer than you might expect them to. They actually have so many steps and so many phases. And a lot of times if one attorney or the other feels like things aren't ready or there's still more to find, they're still contacting people, they're still trying to extract information from various government agencies or witnesses or whatever, they'll put stays, and a stay is just like prolonging of the... Wow, that was a secret sneak up sneeze. Prolonging of the regular schedule of court proceedings. So you put a stay on, and then that gives one side or the other, or both, time to gather more evidence or wait for certain agencies to comply or whatever. Yeah, so that kind of stuff can happen. It can really prolong court cases to proceed according to whatever pace you imagine they should. I think sometimes the court level evidence isn't there, but the people involved are like, yeah, we can see them doing that crime. Yeah, when it comes to entertainment industry, obviously it's not about like real convictions. It's about perception, right? If allegations are thrust against you and you beat them, you can still be barred from something. I think this happened to the guy that used to do Elmo's voice on Sesame Street. What was that guy's name? He's done a bunch of other work too. Kevin Clash. That he had some court cases against him for sexual misconduct as well. And Sesame Street was like, wow, a Sesame Street performer plus the word sexual misconduct, that doesn't look good. And I think he beat the allegations, but the fact that there were allegations were pretty much enough for him to lose the role, and they got somebody else to replace him. It sucks. It sucks, but at the same time, you know, these big companies, they'll do anything to remove the negative press. They'll act preemptively just in case that person does turn out to be a total piece of shit, which sucks. It makes me scared that, you know, the bigger I grow, will somebody eventually just get mad one day and try to thrust negative allegations at me, which are easy for me to beat, but then hard for me to outlive the negative ramifications of. The best I can do is try to create as much of a backlog and as much evidence as I can online of what type of person I am to prove people that, if you just watch, 500 hours of this guy's streams, you'll know exactly what he is. Am I a degenerate? Yes. Am I dark and twisted of mentality? Yes. Those things all exist, and they are exactly who I am as a person, and I will never negate or deny any of that sort of stuff. But that generally doesn't affect the way that I treat humanity as a servant and supporter of anybody who I find who's in need of help or guidance. As a father, especially of 2 daughters, where I try to my best to reduce their trauma bills as they grow up to be adults as much as I possibly can, and kill any form of generational trauma or family disease as I can, so that they don't inherit anything that Oz and I had to deal with. And try to leave a legacy of awakening people's minds and get people to critically think and help themselves and become better optimizers and planners and ripple out to the rest of their community. Those things are the core of who I am. So I'm really super boring and don't involve myself in much of anything that negatively impacts anyone, except if you knew me in my 20s. So, if somebody comes at me for stuff I did in my 20s, well, statute of limitations is probably already dead on some of that shit. And anyway, the only things I did were, treat people bad. Like Regina from Mean Girls level of bad, just like bad social connectivity sort of person. Although I wasn't popular, I was just, I don't know, it's just an asshole. Isn't it crazy how when you close both eyes, you see black? I don't see black. But when you close one eye, you can't see anything at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds like some sort of joke or trolling, but I have no idea what you mean by that. I think there should be repercussions for false reports. I don't know how you make that happen. I wish that there was something like that too. Like, given the amount of legal issues and police involvement, which is taxpayer money, that can be involved in a false allegation or false claim, or like swatting somebody or whatever it happens to be. We have an issue like that in our neighborhood right now, where like somebody's calling the cops in like false pretext that they have no proof, and the situation seems like it's just like a scuffle between 2 parties where one is willing to like call the cops and waste their time in sort of that kind of format. You'd think that much like calling an ambulance, you'd have to pay out for something like that, whether you were right or wrong. Actually, like, you call the cops, you bring them to your place to mete out justice, and you'd probably pay for that visit no matter what. So the big thing is, make the visit payable by the other person, like a lawsuit, right? If you're gonna sue somebody, you also sue them for legal fees. Like, hey, not only am I wasting my time and money not going to work and like suing you, and I have to also pay this lawyer that I have on retainer, but also for the damages that you caused. You destroyed part of my property. Well, now you're going to pay for the property. You're going to pay for my missed wages. You're going to pay for my legal fees. And that makes sense to me. You make the opponent pay for everything. And why don't we have that more with like false allegations or false accusations as far as like legal system goes, or when you get police involved? It makes sense to me. Somebody should pay. Where do we live off? Oh, sorry. I stopped halfway through Sam's comment. To like read the whole thing. Oh shit, I didn't read that other half, which is very typical of me. I'm sorry. Did you see that thing with Dean Withers asking his subs to dox that dad and call CPS because he disagreed with him on stream? I did not. Who's Dean Withers? I know that that's happened to some people online. Didn't that happen to I don't know the guy. He was part of the H3H3 podcast. It's him and his wife, and I can't remember the guy's name. But wasn't CPS called on him by like Hassan's followers or something like that? And I mean, when it comes to followers, it's like, how the hell do you even persecute anybody for making a false claim? Because who knows, they might just be using anonymous tip lines or whatever. And if you get enough people together who all sort of rally to a cause, they don't even necessarily need, like, do I believe Hassan said, hey, everybody go and get CPS on this guy? Probably not. Ethan Klein, thank you. Yeah. That's probably not Hassan. And if Hassan did that, he's dumb because he's, under so much public scrutiny. But if his audience came together and like decided to do that, they could do it in a very anonymous and crowdsourced kind of way so that nobody ever got any specific ramifications for doing that. So you could just sort of, I don't know, get away with bullshit like that. I do think there need to be better systems in place so we could punish somebody for acting in bad faith like that. I agree about false reporting and such. My answer to the flippant, well, a woman could just ruin any man's career and life because they feel like it is, yeah, kind of how men have been ruining women's lives and careers over sex for hundreds and hundreds of years. Sucks, don't it? Ain't fair at all. Neither is fair. So I wouldn't swing the pendulum in the other direction, because we don't want to ever create a system in which the people who used to have power and abused it could ever now look at the current system and say, well, now it's unfair in the opposite direction. And, isn't it so, what's the word I'm looking for? Isn't it so addictive to have this kind of power and be able to wield it antagonistically against a person in a unfair framework? So you never want to fight unfairness with unfairness in the opposite direction, because you're going to give those people their fuel to either make a backlash, bring it back again, or continue some sort of subversive efforts to somehow say, see, it's allowed on both sides of the pendulum, and therefore, something like that. Anyways, point being, we don't want either. We would never want men to be able to exploit the situation to manipulate women, but we also really want to make sure that we have very close, tight restrictions so that women misreporting are punished as much as they possibly can, so that we never have the Me Too movement derailed by men who say, look, this is just a way for women to get vindictive. If they don't like the way a man acts, they can just Me Too them out of a situation. We have to have protocols so that exploit can't happen, and so that the opposite side can't use that as fuel for their own agenda to bring the pendulum back in their field. Yeah. It's just like the people who argued that because 9/11 happened, we should have been able to invade Afghanistan. We should not invade Afghanistan in the first place. I understand that the reasons we invaded Afghanistan for real aren't what we told the press. It was definitely not about, removing the Taliban and fighting Al-Qaeda and bringing peace and security to a region. It was definitely something else. But the people who was like, yeah, this is why we're allowed to go invade and bomb and arm resistance movements and that sort of thing, because see how they laughed at us, see how they laughed at the Twin Towers falling, see how they hated our freedom and were jealous of who we were. Like, that's a real bad slippery slope, and that's a real negative way to start a conflict. It opens up a swinging door both ways. Try to get you to wink at me, but too far back. I'm not gonna wink at you. I'm just not a winker. I don't like winking. Winking makes me feel awkward. If anybody winks at me, I feel like they're flirting with me. And Oz doesn't wink at me. Well, she doesn't need to. She flirts with me in other ways. So if somebody else winks at me, my first thought is you're flirting with me. It's weird. I'm late because I took a nap. I wasn't expecting to be as joyous as it was, and our fish had babies. Oh, how sweet. And congrats on the surprise nap. I love surprise naps. I love sleep, and I don't get enough of it. So when I accidentally get too much, I get really frustrated at first by all the productivity I lost, or maybe being late to stream or whatever it happens to be. And then I realize I'm so happy that I was able to get extra sleep by accident. And so it was worth it. Rico Suave, by the way, I see your chats, but it's really hard for me to see them because they're not relaying on stream. So I'm super, super late to the party reading what you said. Just catch up with what Rico was saying in YouTube chat. There's no legal battle. DOJ has the evidence. The only thing the courts can control is the testimony. But the papers in the client list and that shit, Bondi has that. Now, because Bondi has it, are they going to be able to avoid justice, or releasing that to the public? Will it be like locked into a set protocol of what has to happen regardless of what the majority in office feel like they can get away with? Just curious. Like, are we at the point where the current administration can manipulate the legal course once all the evidence is out? Or if the evidence comes out, will it leave their hands and it has to carry a logical, legal, precedent-based pathway? Just curious. I don't know that kind of stuff personally. Also, I don't really tweak recipes since I don't like cooking. Stuart does different kinds of steaks, though. Interesting. How do you tweak a steak? Just curious. On Kevin Spacey, if he admits himself he has a lot of apologies for his behavior to many people, then isn't he a self-proclaimed liability to a film set? Being able to admit that you had problems with the way that you used to act, I don't necessarily think equates to you were a bad person today. Like, I admit that when I was in my early 20s, I did some really, really bad things to my friend group at the time. And I've never acted that way with a friend group ever again, ever since that time in my life. I'm extremely apologetic for that period of my life. But for me to say, because I had that experience in my early 20s, you should always look at me as a liability, that would, one, just be patently false by the rest of the ongoing history of my life. And two, I think it creates a negative situation in which one incident paints somebody as a non-dynamic human being that will never be anything different or never has any other experiences aside from the most negative that we have. And the reality is, a lot of us are capable of a lot of very good and very bad things and might do a lot of both in our lives. I think a good number of us are quite capable of assessing our histories, assessing our past, and saying, here are all the good things and here are all the bad things. And I've never been a completely good person, and I've never been a completely bad person. There are probably some people that have a different mix of those traits, but to say that you've never done anything bad or that you've never done anything good is probably disingenuous for every single person out there. And we shouldn't really be judging people on those experiences unless it is contemporaneous. It's modern, it's recent, it's happening in the current project that you're in. It's affecting right now situations with your workplace, and you haven't learned anything from the experiences. But I don't know if that was the case. Like, were House of Cards people at the time of production complaining about him in addition to the allegations that were happening in court as well? I don't know. I haven't done that kind of research on him or on that particular show. So maybe he was awful to work with, and maybe that was enough to cancel him. You know, allegations aside, maybe he was just like really uncomfortable, really bad, or for other reasons was not somebody that production company wanted to work with, and it had very little to do with the legal stuff going on. They were just like, honestly, anything We would just rather get rid of this one person because we'd rather have anybody else working in this position. Could be. Again, I'm not going to protect him for any reason. What point do we say you seem to have a recurring issue with sexual misconduct? Maybe that makes you kind of a piece of shit. Maybe. It's kind of exciting. We just got them a week ago, so someone had fun at the pet store. Oh, I see. They were already blanking at the pet store. The tank is small, so if there's a bunch, I need to find someone who wants them. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I'm sure lots of people would love to have free pets. I don't think we ever had fish babies in our aquariums growing up. Oh. The show The Expanse. I've heard of this one. It's pretty good. A lot of people have recommended it. Fired an actor for over 40 allegations of misconduct. I mean, if you've got 40 allegations, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. Producers and executives even came forward saying, yeah, we won't hire him anymore. No actual criminal charges, though, and he still acts. Text messages, voice notes, plenty of evidence for at least 20 different women, some even underage. I mean, those are hard to beat, right? If Kevin Spacey is beating his allegations and this guy's got clear evidence against him, those are pretty different situations too. Evidence does not equal guilt, apparently, and it is unfortunate. That's true. I mean, that's the legal system. You have to prove, like, without with no doubt. What's the word? Reasonable doubt? Yeah, crazy. Trump was found guilty in the civil suit of SA and still became president. Here's the thing, you know, the way the GOP is currently, I don't feel like they care about SA as a situation to enfranchise or disenfranchise a candidate. They just don't care. So, yeah, if it's not a legal situation barring somebody from it, then they're going to continue with the candidate that they've all pooled all the resources into, for sure. Who would you be most disappointed to find out is on the list that could plausibly be on it? Me? I honestly don't care. Thinking about it deeply, I pitch it to chat, though. What do you guys think? If you found out that somebody was on the Epstein list and you were super... I love how this was going to be a chat about recipes. It's like... It's fine. No, I lie. I love this. This is why I live, is for streams like this. I really appreciate you guys very, very much. If I found out that anybody was on the Epstein list, I really don't care. I don't think there's a single person I would laud so much in my life that if I found out this secret fact about them, I'd be like, oh, all my feelings are hurt. I feel so bad. I would probably drop them like a rags soaked in fire ants. I just find a good analogy for things that you drop or dump. Dump them like a truck. I don't know. Stupid. I don't have a good analogy for it. But yeah, I don't really care. There's no one I love. There's no one I love so much that if I found that out, that I would defend them or like feel hurt. I shouldn't say defend, but feel hurt. Like, oh, you know, oh, I trusted everybody and I really trusted you most of all. And now that I found this out about you, oh, my feelings, I'm so hurt. If you're everything that I believe in politics or ideology, or you treat your family so well, and there's this other aspect of you where you're abusive in this particular way, I will gladly and easily decouple my loyalty to you and attach it to the other people I know that didn't do this thing. There are plenty of other people I can believe in. The folks I imagine that would be hurt the worst by ever seeing their names on the list are people that I would never in my life imagine would be on the list, which would be folks like Betty White, Dolly Parton, Keanu Reeves, and Brendan Fraser. Folks that would like, if any of those four names ever appeared on anything like this, I'd be like, almost impossible, like nigh impossible. My imagination can go very, very far, but not to those four people. They're like America's sweetheart folks that would never, they're more protective of everybody on this planet than anyone I know as far as celebrities or big names in any way. It just wouldn't make any sense. But if it literally happened to any of those 4 people, I'd be like, you know what? All right. Didn't know that about them. Fuck them. But that would be pretty intensely wide stretch. I don't see that really happening. Although there are class traders. What do you mean by class traders? I will reiterate, biased on the subject of essay, I admit I might be not the most neutral party. That's okay. Tweaking recipes, I often switch out the protein source and will sub a different cheese if it's one I don't like. Oh, interesting. I could see that still working well in a lot of recipes if you just switch out the cheese. There are a lot of cheeses I think would go well with a lot of foods that people don't necessarily intend in the original recipe. Veggies get moved around too. I love tweaking recipes. Interesting. I don't do a lot with vegetable substitution because I'm always nervous that one's going to have too much moisture or the texture is going to be off or something's going to go wrong with the cooking if I do that. ATR, hi and welcome. Sorry, I'm late on chat, so if I react to you super late, it's not my fault. It is my fault. I'm just having trouble catching up with chat. Perjury, obstruction of justice, false police report, defamation, and malicious prosecution are all charges brought against a false reporter. Okay, so there are things that could, in theory, be levied against somebody for misusing everybody's resources in a false report. The accused can also sue for false improvement, lost wages. What's false improvement? Like you benefit from accusing somebody else? Would that be right? Lost wages, unfair termination, emotional distress, and legal fees. Interesting. Dean Withers is just a new kid farming rage bait political one-upmanship content. Wait, do I know this guy? Have we seen him in have I seen him in stuff before? It sounds like somebody that I might have come across his content. Oh, hasn't he been on like an episode of Jubilee or 2 or something? Like he gets into political debates with people. I feel like he holds his own when he's talking face to face with somebody, if I remember this guy. But yeah, didn't he actually like live stream call the docs of somebody else? He's just like 20 years old or something like that. Not to say that his age is indicative of ways to misstep, but if I imagine that somebody would call the doxing of somebody else for being emotionally enraged by that person's content, I'd probably expect them to be on the younger side of things and forget about the ramifications of, oh, what if I actually did this to somebody? Could this possibly hurt my future streaming career? Could this be a misuse of my power? Would this be a negative perception for my fans in the future that that they see that I'm trying to use my what's the word I'm looking for? My my social media clout in order to weaponize and abuse other people on stream if I don't like them. Yeah, that was a pretty bad misstep. Ilya, hi and welcome. Sorry, I'm like super late reading my chats. From Morocco? Do you know Morocco? Not only do I know Morocco.
Troa says hi, I just subscribed.
32 months. We're getting so close to 3 years. It's crazy. Although I'm pretty sure we've had 3 months of hanging at, or 3 months, 3 years of hanging out. And the subs are just barely starting to catch up. That's all it is. Thank you so much. Round 2, fight. I super appreciate it. It still boggles my mind that of all the 3 million streamers on all of Twitch, that you would ever use your Prime sub for me. And I appreciate it. I hope that everything that I've provided and continue to provide in the future aligns with the choices you've made with your Prime sub. Ilya, yeah, Morocco is one, the location where one of my good friends, who's originally from Egypt, spent a good majority of her life. And so it's a place I've always wanted to go based on her experiences there. And 2, it's some of my favorite food. I haven't tried everything like along the Mediterranean coast as far as like all the different countries and cuisines out there. But out of everything that I've ever tried that's a an official original Moroccan recipe. It is amazing. It engages my palate in ways that I don't know that a lot of other foods really have. And maybe it's the novelty of it. Maybe it's just that I don't get that kind of food as much where I live. But yeah, Morocco's where it's at. I think there's a difference between pointing out a long-standing hypocrisy and saying we had to put up with it, so now it's your turn. True. The first should always happen, right? We should always be in a place where long-standing systemic issues are able to be brought to light. We should hold people to those what's the word I'm looking for? To the repercussions of that, and we should look for something that repairs the damage caused by as long as institutions that that those have existed as. I don't know if that sentence made any English sense, but I hopefully got the point across. The idea that only a few years ago society as a whole said, yeah, hey, maybe the majority of SA allegations aren't just hysterical ranting. Yeah. And we need to do way better now to make up for, in some regards, that past. Definitely. Kevin Spacey himself said it wasn't one incident and wasn't deep in his past, though. Okay. Was it contemporaneous with House of Cards? Are we apologizing for someone else's behavior out of fear we could be called on? For someone else's behavior out of fear we could be called on something in our past? I'm not sure I understand that sentence. Someone else's behavior. I mean, Spacey was apologizing for his own behavior, right? The real question is was the current production company that, or not current, but was House of Cards production company right in saying things that happened to you that didn't matriculate into any like legally prosecutable evidence? Is that enough to harm his future career or cause his prospects to dry up or cause him to be fired from the show? Or Munish, hell yeah, we're talking about Epstein for the most part. Or was were there Spacey related incidents with House of Cards or close enough to the production of House of Cards that's like, this isn't really like a past situation that he's talking about, but this is really like who he continues to be, and he's not learning. And the only reason why he apologized or is talking about like, you know, trying to make things right and he's so sorry for his behaviors in the past is because he's finally getting outed and all of this stuff is coming to light. When you listen to Kevin Spacey's side of things in interviews, he's probably not going to throw himself under the bus, right? He's probably going to do whatever he can to salvage his career. So I don't necessarily trust anything he says as far as his own support of his future. Guess who was mentioned during Ghislaine Maxwell's trial? Spacey. He was apparently on the Epstein list. Really? That I hadn't heard. But if that's true, fuck him. If Damien went to the island, what if I went to the island? What if it was me? What if I'm on that list and we're talking about it right now? And it turns out that I was on that list of people. What if, you guys? What if Damien was on the Epstein list? I would tell you, if I could afford just the plane ticket to go to that island, I would have been in a much better financial situation than I've been most of my life. I've only been able to afford my own plane tickets once every very seldom few years. I've only ever used them to visit family. Or one time, it wasn't family. The one time I used a plane ticket to not see and be with family, I went to a wedding in Canada, in British Columbia. So, and that was an unfortunate expense. Like, we weren't really looking to spend that money, but because it was a wedding with somebody from BC, we had to go up there in order to attend the wedding. And I was best man, so it was like, I was really on the chain to spend that money at the time when I don't think we were really comfortable spending that kind of money. Yeah. The unfortunate part about being extremely poor is we'll never have the fun of being in big allegations for things because we can't afford it. So if you think I was ever the sort of person that would ever involve myself in any sort of criminal rings of activity, SA or otherwise, good news, I was too poor to involve myself in any of that. That's why I've also never tried any fun illegal street drugs or involved myself in crypto scams, or let's think of all the different things that you could really like blame a content creator for doing, like really, really negative things too. They all require money, right? Every single one of them requires money. The craziest monetary thing I did was at one point in my life, I lived rent-free for a very short period of time. And then I ended up entering a really unfair and negative contract situation to get out of that so that no bad repercussions happened afterwards. But I don't, if anybody says I can set you up with a situation where you will live rent-free for a part of your life, make sure you do incredible amounts of research, or you might end up what happened to me at the other side of that, because I was just like, rent-free means a whole hell of a lot to me. But yeah, if I went to that island, it would probably be with a flamethrower, Blaisdell. That's how I feel about it. Weird how the claim that there should be punishments for false reports only ever comes up when talking about SA. I feel that way about everything personally. I didn't mean to make it a contextual to SA. I don't think that SA particularly needs a false reports system to come into place that's different than the one that already exists, especially because when it comes to SA, people don't just randomly report that kind of shit. It's usually under heavy duress, and a lot of people feel such negative ramifications or repercussions about their own personal lives and about outing things that are very intimate about themselves that they will not report. So those that do are probably a percentage of the total truth that actually happens because they were extra incentivized to get that kind of stuff out. But I'm also a person who's very much against exploitation of systems. So if I see a system that could be exploited, not necessarily that one, but all of them, then I want to see systems in place. And we already talked about the fact that if you do any sort of false reporting and it comes out that you were perjurious or slander or libel or whatever, that there are a bunch of different ways in which the court systems already have defense against false reporting situations, and you could be severely punished for abusing the system to try to hurt somebody with no good proof. Not like theft or murder. I would imagine if you false reported for theft or murder, that would absolutely have negative repercussions as well, especially murder. Theft is already like, it's bad and weird, and I don't know if people use the system to illegally report people who were innocent that they stole things. But if it came to murder, that requires like, there's the homicide situation in our country. I mean, there's a whole like evidence trail that we usually follow. There's a whole procedure. It's a pretty important and well fleshed out side of the legal system. And if somebody just lied and said, yeah, it was that person, and it was proven that that person didn't actually commit a crime, I would expect, and I think everybody would, that the false reporter would absolutely be punished to the full extent of the law for putting somebody under that kind of duress. Oh, that person didn't actually kill them? Well, now you're in big ass trouble for doing what you just did. Mic drop? What's the mic drop moment? I know this like 50 minutes behind or something like that. Let me try to catch up with chat. I'll try to react less and read more. I promise, so that we can catch up with chat. I'd be sad to hear if Robin Williams was on it. That would be pretty sad, I suppose. Yeah. I don't really dread anyone in particular. I just want anyone on it prosecuted. Yeah. I don't really idolize people. If they fuck up, then they fuck up. Absolutely 100%. There are people who I've come to idolize or really like the words out of their mouth. They're good thinkers, they're deep, they're intelligent, or maybe they're very compassionate in the things that they say. And then if something else comes out about them and it turns out that those are just words, or that's just something that they present, or they're really good at interviews, or they have both sides, they are one, compassionate, and two, secretly awful. I don't want to protect them. I don't really care. I super don't care. They can be both, and I will definitely hold them to task for the awful thing. Nobody is so good in this world that the good will exonerate crimes or bad things that they do, in my opinion. There are enough, there are plenty of good people out there that just do good, and that the bad stuff that they do is minimal. You know, maybe they cheat on their diet, or they play the lottery and they're not great with their money, or whatever. The bad stuff's not that bad, and the good stuff is great, that we don't need to exonerate people who do great things and are also really, really awful. The really, really awful should always trump the good, in my opinion. That's a Nico.
Nico Crushing just subscribed. Pardon the interruption.
Pardon the interruption. Please, welcome on in. Let's do a quick interruption of the interruption. Quick shout out for Nico, and then I will catch up with chat. I promise we will catch up with chat. We will catch up with chat.
Also, do I get the same amount of experience points from blowing a dude off? That let me try that.
Whoops. Nico, we've both been there. Sometimes those words just come out. It's just streamer brain. You know Onyx is going to catch you on any moment that you misspeak. It's a clip for sure. Yeah, Dolly Parton, Keanu Reeves. Yeah, those two would be the worst on the Epstein list. Robin Williams would hurt too. Yeah. Tell me Mr. Rogers was too old to be on that list. When did Mr. Rogers pass away? Yeah, I'd be incredibly flabbergasted for somebody that fought so much for the rights of children's education on TV, public education on TV, because he was always on public broadcast networks, right? He was never on any commercialized TV. That would be insane for somebody like Mr. Rogers to also be awful on the side. It's probably because you can see missing property and expired people, but nobody can witness the cause of bad feelings 20 years later. That is the insidious nature of SA, right? You can prove that you don't own something, and if you can also prove, like by serial numbers, receipts, registration of certain products, that if something is not in your house and it is in somebody else's house, and you can have you prove the identification of that item, you can prove some cases of theft. You can prove murder to some degree, although I've heard some really harrowing, hair-raising statistics that there's quite a large percentage of murder cases that do not get officially solved, that's kind of scary to think. It incentivizes people to roll the dice, which it wigs me out. Not that I feel like anybody's coming after me, but just the idea kind of wigs me out that we're not better at finding people who commit murder. But yeah, with SA, especially after certain statute of limitations, how do you make that proof happen? How do you show people without a shadow of a doubt that that's actually occurring? It makes things so much harder for the victims and for the legal system to do the right thing and make right by the people. Hopefully that gets better with big data and tracking and cell phones and everything, that we were able to do better in that situation. And just with medical tech getting better and better, you should be able to go to a police station or whatever, like next day, and be like, hey, do this quick test on me real quick. I'm pretty sure you're going to find DNA, and be like, boom, just put somebody behind bars. No question. You said that rich people never understand the working class, but it does happen in history. Class traders like Deng Xiaoping. Can you help educate me on that? I don't know. I've heard the name before, but I don't really know who that is. And at least in the US, I don't see very many rich people understanding or helping the working class these days. Maybe they need to do some research on that guy. Hi, Sass. If they were more scared of being retaliated against for coming forward than they were being tangentially affiliated, then it's difficult to think as low of their character as people who participated and hid their actions. More scared of being retaliated against for coming forward than they were of being affiliated? You're saying people are more scared of being affiliated than actually being retaliated against for coming forward? I'm trying to parse that sentence. They're more scared of being retaliated than they were against being affiliated. Then it's hard to think as low of their character as people who participated and hid. So why would they be more scared of being tangentially affiliated as they would about being retaliated against for coming forward? Yeah, can you restate that sentence? Maybe I'm just having trouble parsing the English behind that. False imprisonment. Trovo. Hi, and welcome. Trovo Zaver? Trying to catch your name. Thanks for popping in. I'd have to say essay is a bit more than the cause of bad feelings. Yeah, that's probably a euphemistic way to put it. At best. Probably far worse. It's not something people can see, and unfortunately it seems many of them are not reported right away and many not at all. Yeah, I really hope we culturally can move past that. I don't know how to change that structurally in victims, but I wish there was a way to shift that into you're victimized, you immediately go through the channels to make justice happen as fast as possible, and you don't do anything that, while it might be comfortable to you, would protect the perpetrator. One potential positive that could come out of the Epstein debacle is enough damage done to cause a deep overhaul into how SA is managed in courts and by police. That would be lovely. It's obvious we need massive change. Agreed. Again, it's hard when self-reporting is part of the problem, but everywhere else, if we can create a better system so that situations like this do not have a place to hide, so that the exploits of the system do not disenfranchise an entire class of people so that they can be exploited for SA. That would be lovely. I would love that. You would have been a kid on it if that were the case. Would have been a kid on... Wait, kid on what? Sorry. I'm not catching up to all chat fast enough. If I had Epstein plane money, I'd be paying off debt. Yeah, that would be the first thing I would get out of is student loan debt, to be honest. That's the worst debt. Damien's living rent-free in our heads. Aw, basura. I wish. I'm not living rent-free anymore, I can tell you that. That was a short-lived venture. It was a dream for the very few months it happened, and then it all came crashing down around me and paying repercussions for it. Reminds me of the guy who sold his skin to an art collector. Ooh, lovely. Hopefully post-mortem, right? Like when I pass away, you can have it. Not while I'm living, you can have some of it. I worked as a fundraiser for Rain for a few years. Nice. Did a silent auction thing with other authors. The information they have available about the state of things is just so depressing. Oh, can you let us know some of what you've learned, what you gleaned from that experience? Freudian slip? What? Oh, the skin to an art collector was a Freudian slip? Oh, no, you mean Nico's clip. Yeah. True. You would only be on Epstein's plane as a kid. Oh, me. Yeah, I guess I would have been a kid at the time. Wait, when did Epstein... I don't know. I don't know when all that stuff happened, but it's probably some 80s and 90s shit, right? Yeah, that'd be the other thing. If I were involved in the whole Epstein thing, it would probably have been as a victim. So, good thing for me, I wasn't the demographic they were looking for, and I wasn't in the area of the world that they were poaching from, and for whatever other reasons, I guess I was in a hidden protective class. Gavin, what a time for our most wholesome, family-friendly streamers to pop in. We were the discourse topic of tonight is to talk about how you adjust recipes to make them your own, but instead we're talking about Kevin Spacey and Epstein and SA and how to better improve our justice system to protect our most vulnerable citizens. Welcome, Gavin. Can we do a shout out for Twitch's most wholesome, family-focused, and friendly goblin in the face of the internet?
I mean, if you've seen Orange High School Host Club. Oh, I did see that. I mean, what was that little one's name? Like Honey or something? Oh,
yeah,
God.
Honey's the little one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Honey. The one who, if you take away his teddy bear, he becomes a martial arts master. That sounds about right.
That game looks so fun. How cute. Anon did it again.
Gavin Stoutout just subscribed.
Here comes another sub. For Gavin, best being Gobbo. Second best Gobbo on all of Twitch next to Oz, because I have to say that because I'm married to her. But if I wasn't... No, I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say if I wasn't. The answer is Gavin is also a great Gobbo, and you should go follow him. So please do. The deal was that when he dies, he gives his skin to the collector and also has to sit in a museum a few times a year. You mean when he dies, he has to sit in the museum? His skin has to sit in the museum? I mean, if you're dead, who cares what happens to your skin, I suppose. Some people, I guess, care. They're like, my skin has to be in a mausoleum with all of my family, and that's how it is. If it's not that way, my ghost will come and haunt you. But I imagine that for a lot of us, we super don't care what happens to our bodies. And if somebody wanted to immortalize us in some sort of art, especially if it comes with a little bit of a paycheck, like, hey, I have this really great idea, and because you're not going to posthumously enjoy the money that this art will, what kind of revenue this art will bring, I'll pay you now for the use of your body later. I might... I don't want to say probably. I'd need to see the artist. If an artist did some like badass Geiger sort of shit, and they're like, I want to use your body as part of like an exhibit of actual biological material, and I'm willing to pay you like transformative money. If it's just like, I'll pay you a few $1,000s, I'd be like, I don't know if my biological contents are really worth it. Because like a few $1,000s versus maybe like me interring my body into the earth after cremation and helping trees and plants grow and giving back to the ecosystem, that sounds in some ways more beneficial of my death than being stuck in art galleries for the wrong price. But for the right price, I'd be like, you know what, fuck the environment. If it's transformational, especially for my kids, like you can help my kids have extracurricular activities or even save up for college and that sort of shit, be like, you know what, whatever happens to my dead body, my body's dead at that point. If my kids are mortified by my choice, you know what, they also had the college education and the smarts to become mortified at the choice that I made to get them through that higher education. I've armed them with the intelligence and good schooling so that they could be mortified at my choice to have done so, and how I did it by showing lack of respect for my own body posthumously. Anyway. And people can charge rent for being in your head. If I could charge rent for being in all y'all's head, like, I mean, somebody just paid to have you subscribe to my channel, I would charge up to as much money as you're capable of passing on to your favorite streamer as part of your discretionary income. I would never ask for anything that involved your actual expenses and maintenance costs for your life. And once my household was funded, the kids had their needs met and all the bills were paid here, I would refuse anybody else's rent. In other words, if somebody came into chat and said, I will pay for everybody's ability for Damien to live rent free in their heads, not rent free, rent subsidized by my check, and the person said, annually, I will pay Damien this amount of money, as long as it wasn't the Russian government stepping in to try to get me to spit propaganda like Tim Pool. Not saying, oh yeah, I am saying names. If it wasn't propaganda and it was just some lovely oil baron that says, I want to see more of Damien and everybody else's heads in the planet, I would gladly accept that money. And then I'd only have to charge rent to those few rich people, and then everybody else could get it for free. If you know anybody who's that rich, let me know, and we'll make sure that I live rent free in a lot of people's heads. The deal was when... Oh, we already read that one. Sorry. Wonder how the tangents led to that? Who knows? Gavin, when tangents occur in this stream in particular, I try not to keep track of them because it would just be baffling and confusing. The point is, it's a living conversation that goes wherever we all decide it goes. Plant feeding time. Oh, just call me Seymour. I'm hungry. Feed me, Seymour. We know you go to the police and the hospital and they do a forensic kit to help identify and prosecute the offender, except there's a huge backlog to the point some run past the statute of limitations. Huge problem right there. We've got a funding problem, obviously. Public citizens and organizations come together to raise money to attempt to get the kits processed. Oh, nice. There is a .org just for that. Good stuff. Thank you. Yeah, the fact that we could ever get to a place where our legal system is too inundated, too backlogged to actually see justice come through, we're fucking up. That is a fuck up. That is a huge problem. I would never want any crime perpetrated against me or my family in which we go to the police and we say, we have the evidence, we have the situation, it's a clear-cut, open and shut case. We got a legal team that says they think we're going to win this case hands down. We just need to go forward, and everybody on governmental side or law enforcement side says, we hear you. You're number 5,709. Just got to wait for everybody else, and then we'll get to you. And if statute of limitations runs out, oopsie, vote for different representatives, I guess, next cycle. Yeah. Even if you report and have a body full evidence, could mean absolutely nothing for you. That's insane. In those situations, I don't know how we could hold to statute of limitations. Like, as a judge, assuming I were a judge, if I were ever to assume I were a judge, imagine cosplaying as a judge, and I heard somebody say, I went through this information, was processed, you know, I was, sorry, not processed. My case was taken in at this date and then processed at this date, and now I'm past statute of limitations. We need a different legal precedent for this sort of situation because of that disparity. As a lawyer, how could I support the law that talks about statute of limitations, right? You would absolutely have to create some sort of exemption somehow within a judge or justice's rights. You'd have to say, this does not uphold the law anymore, right? Processing delays and statute of limitations should conflict, not agree. So if you have a delay and then statute of limitations comes along, you don't agree and say, sorry, it's out of bounds. Sorry, things just take too long these days. And you know, that sucks. This country just takes too long. Sorry. No, there should always be exemptions for that. I would fight it. I'd fucking, I don't know. I'm incensed. I have a strong sense of justice. He sits there with headphones in. Wait, the person who's still alive or what? game shown was Bronzebeard's Tavern. Oh, fun. I think it was free when I downloaded it. I'll have to check it out. The reason the collector wanted the skin was because it had a tattoo. Oh, okay. It's a good tattoo. The game's a fantasy tavern simulator. That sounds so much fun. Are you like running the tavern? I think I would. Well, I don't know. Part of me wants to enjoy something like that, but it worked in food and beverage so much of my youth that I was like, I've seen too much. While I do sometimes see like really nice pubs and I'm like, oh, it would be really nice to like own one of those and decide the menu and like pour the drinks for people and check on tables and see how they're doing and like, you know, build that business and give something to the community. My local community does not have a pub. It would be great to have a pub around right where I live. We have like bars, but like sports bars and cantinas, but not like a pub. I think it'd be great to have like a tavern or pub sort of feeling. And I romanticize that. But I also don't want to work in food and beverage again. Not even as an owner. First of all, I don't know how it would come to own one of those. You need capital, right? You need money to just like dump in and say, all right, here's my small business loan of X number, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we'll create this from scratch and design it and build it and hire staff and train them and get it all started, and people will love us and we'll start collecting money. I don't know any of that skill, and I don't have any of that capital, but I do see stuff like that makes me want to do it. But I don't know if I could play a game where I'm just doing that. Worked too many years pouring drinks for people or bussing tables. Every 68 seconds, an American is essayed, and every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. Holy crap. I feel like we just need a purge. It sounds like we need a purge. Meanwhile, only 25 out of every 1,000 perpetrators will end up in prison. There seems to be something much, much larger than there is a law enforcement situation, right? That seems like a cultural sickness. When we look at some countries and we see what they do, like, oh, the way you disenfranchise your women, like your women can't drive, or they have unequal rights, or they can't walk outside without an escort, or they have to wear certain clothing, or there's certain manipulations, or not mutilations we do to genitalia and stuff like that in this country, or that we look at those places and we go, how barbaric, how backwards, how savage those people are. Look at the US. We don't do those things. We are so awful in our own right when it comes to certain things. We're so protective, or at least not protective, but like blind eye or blind resource allocation to the true protection of our citizenry, or at least to figure out what the fuck is like culturally sick about our populace, that so much of our people would go out to try to perform criminal acts because they think, one, they can get away with it, and two, that they think they just need to do that. They need to do these things. We've got a much larger problem than legality or criminal justice or whatever reporting. We need to fix something very, very core to people, and generally young men, it seems like, in my opinion. That's some art appreciation. Somebody really loves that tattoo. My uncle told me most of the SA cases he worked as an investigator were solved simply by apology text messages to the victim or pictures they had on their phone. So just like complete, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the perpetrator just absolutely gave themselves up in the text message. That's crazy. Damien having to pay everyone for being in their heads. No rent. No, people pay me, right? I'm hoping that's the case. People pay me so that I can live in their heads. I actually just saw a guy who was in jail for 2 years who never even had a lawyer, also ended up being innocent. that's the other side of things too. Like, and I feel like the people who are what's the word I'm looking for? Not misdiagnosed. Who are innocently convicted of crimes is too high in the system. But I also think that we should work on criminal situations from the highest need or the highest impact to lowest. And if we're talking about the amount of SA versus the amount of innocent people being convicted, the disparity is probably pretty huge. I haven't done the research, but my point is, like, we do the research, we find which is impacted the highest, the biggest injustice, and we go and attack that with all of our resources. Why wouldn't we? Otherwise, nobody will feel safe. Nobody will feel like they want to contribute to the society, and people will, feel they will act like people do when they're disenfranchised, afraid, and wanting anything more than. I fear for my daughters, and we've got plans to teach them how to protect themselves. And should I feel like I need to live in a society where that's the case? I wish we could just move on a whim, but that costs crazy money, and finding a job and, establishing yourself in a different culture, and the costs and everything is just like insane. So we do the best we can in this particular situation, but I think we do have some real large cultural sicknesses that need direct addressing. I have an emote called Gavin. Oh, so you do. Interesting. Just finished Portal 2 and did a little of the extra stuff when Gabe gives an email and asks for opinions, so I sent it a message. Who's Gabe? Wonder if it will ever be read. Is that one of the designers or developers or something? So many tasks in the game. Got to keep the hearth going, take orders, fight off monsters trying to take your stuff. Oh, that's kind of fun. Upgrade aspects of your tavern, entertain your guests. It all sounds fun, but it also sounds like, and I don't mean to like shed on anybody's like fun gaming experience, but there are some games that their similarity to real life makes me feel like, and I feel this way about like Supermarket Simulator, whatever it's called, and things, games where you like wait on tables, anything that's like a little bit too close to reality. I feel like the practicing of a skill in a gaming situation makes me ache a little bit, that I'm sitting at a computer playing a computer game, doing something that would normally earn somebody real money in the real world, and I'm doing it as a hobbyist with graphics and cute sounds and maybe some monster fights and stuff in a game. But if I just tweaked my experience to be in a real building with real customers and gave up some of the things like having cute graphics or fighting monsters, I could just be receiving money for the thing that I'm doing. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to like the waiting on tables and preparing people's food parts of some games. I feel like it gets a little too close to how we make money in the real world. And when you pay somebody money to play a game to do that versus receive a paycheck to do that in real life, it feels like there's something off there. You know what I mean? Wrongly accused? Who are we talking about? Sorry. Do you think there are more innocent people in prison than there are SA offenders? I personally don't. I think the point was that was also a bad statistic. My point is, find the thing that is the highest statistic and deal with that first, so we protect the most people ASAP. I would personally assume and make a guess that SA is probably among the highest things in our priorities that we need to fix immediately. Gabe is the guy who made Steve. I don't know who Steve is. Are you trolling me? Because I don't know either of those names. Guess what, guys? I think 3 hours in, we've caught up with chat. Steam? He made Steam? Does Portal come from the same makers as, oh, I guess it would, right? Wasn't Portal a Valve thing? Isn't Steam a Valve thing? My brain doesn't remember back that far as like how Steam started and what company found it and everything. It's all Valve. Okay. Yeah, some part of my brain was like, wait, they're all part of Valve, right? Because wasn't Portal originally sort of like modded off of the engine that was created for Half-Life? Let's see. Can I pull this link up? Ugh. This particular app is so hard to get links from. Hopefully this works. Come up, come up. Okay, let's pull this up and take a look. Boop. Did it do it? Ah, son of a bitch. Why is it grabbing the wrong thing? Oh, it's grabbing my other... Hang on. I forgot I had this other window up. Got you. Let's bring you up there and close this because we're not talking about that anymore. Excellent. Can we bring this up in the vertical chat as well? Excellent. Okay, beneath stats, structural and systemic causes of a wrongful conviction problem. Studies estimate that between 4 to 6% of people incarcerated in the U.S. prisons are actually innocent. If 5% of individuals are actually innocent, that means 1/20th of criminal cases result in wrongful conviction. Oof. It's interesting that DNA is used to exonerate, so process the gets. Nice. That's good to know that we actually have something DNA is getting used for. And I mean, it's good that DNA is doing what it's supposed to do. That link didn't work. It worked for me. Yeah. I went to a Japanese fest near me and they had Osaka stuff because they're our sister city. Oh, neat. I do love Japanese culture. It's a big part of a previous act of my life. Not to the part of like otaku or anything like that, but good stuff. Apparently, credit card companies are proposing a block to certain game purchases in Steam. Why is that? Okay, the statistics related to wrongful convictions and to race and wrongful convictions are profoundly disturbing and illustrative. Man, I cannot read tonight. Illustrative of a deeply rooted problem. Studies estimate that between 4 to 6% of people incarcerated in U.S. prisons are actually innocent. To fully understand why wrongful convictions are so prevalent in our society, we must dig deeper into these race and wrongful convictions statistics. So we take a look at their next graph. Race and wrongful convictions of the U.S. population. 60% of them tend to be white. Prison population tends to be about 40% white and 40% black, which leaves some disparity for other minority races. And then the DNA exonerees are overwhelmingly black, i.e., you get your DNA presented in a court case, you can get exonerated for that. And it turns out that when it comes to wrongful convictions, they tend to overwhelmingly be against black people, which does not surprise me. And here's part of crime statistics that is insane to me, that we don't have a better system. And this relates to issues that I have even had with almost every job that I've had. And that's that somebody in power over you probably doesn't know what the fuck they're doing with statistics. When it comes to police, and police have power over you for the most part, unless you're really wealthy, in which case, if you're watching my stream and you're really wealthy, feel free to drop some big fat cash to, support my household. If the police have crime statistics, they were historically reported in areas where there were black majority populations, where they would send police through the redlining practices, through the idea of there's your side of the tracks and their side of the tracks sort of scenario. And if you're going to find drugs, and if you're going to find violence, and if you're going to find anything, it's probably going to be more on their side because we had this systemic racist idea of where crime was going to be committed. So we'd send cops to those areas to find those crimes. And guess what? Turns out where cops hang out regularly, they find more crime because they're there looking for the crime and they find it. They're spending the time there. And as we started to get criminal reporting software and data set up that would lead our police to find crime on a non-racial bias situation, we would use knowledge from our previous years of criminal reporting, put them into the system, and then we wouldn't be sending police based on our systemic racist ideas. We'd just be sending them based on, you know, previous crime reporting statistics. It removed the choices of the potentially racist staff or potentially racist ideas. It's just, we're just following statistics at that point. So it doesn't feel racist. However, spoiler alert, we're using historic data where we would send our police across the red lines, across the tracks, into majority black areas looking for crime and spending the majority of their time there, finding the crime where they spend the majority of their time, overwhelmingly over-reporting black communities, and putting that into the software so that the software continues to send new police to the same areas that had been historically racist over-reported. And now they're spending time there not on a racist agenda, just on a previous data agenda, but creating more statistics for future reporting because where they are finding crime because it's where they happen to be hanging out. If we were to flip the script in the US, which we haven't tried to prove or disprove this idea, but if we were to grab all the data, scrap it, and just send cops to predominantly white neighborhoods and just say, you're not allowed to leave here. Don't cross the tracks. Don't pass the red lines. Spend your time around the white people, which are, as we saw before, 60% of the population. Would we find more white people committing crimes because the cops were hanging out there? The idea is, overwhelmingly, yeah, they'd probably get more crime happening there because that's where you're planted. That's where you're looking. You've got the eye focused on that area now. So that's probably where you're going to find the crime. And black statistics would probably go down because cops aren't spending time in those neighborhoods. It makes so much sense, and yet nobody pays any mention or any eye to this on just a basic mathematical level, which is why I don't understand why we don't have more subject matter experts addressing situations where we need them. With statistics, should we leave anybody who studied criminal justice and law enforcement in college, should we leave them to define what makes criminal statistics happen? Fuck no, they don't know shit about math. You're bad at it. You went and you studied criminal justice instead. I'm two math classes short of a math major, and I don't even think I want to be part of criminal statistics gathering because I probably don't have the stats background to do it. I didn't go down that path exactly. Most of my math is more in theoretical and in computational linguistics and linguistics of math and that sort of, and set theory and bullshit like that. It's probably not highly monetizable unless I was in some sort of research field, which I'm not. But point being, we've got the wrong people making these decisions. It's happening right now in my current day job. It happened to all of my day jobs pretty much. Anybody involved with statistics gathering, metric setting, KPIs, key performance index for people, it's all done by all these dumbass C-level execs that don't know shit about what they're talking about, or people who have background in absolutely nothing related to like getting statistics to actually match up to something that's measurably contingent to what it is that you're trying to solve for. And so you have these huge problems coming out even after we've solved for things like systemic racism, overt racism in situations like law enforcement. It's good to see the organizations actively working to help the wrongfully convicted. I hope they continue. Yeah. I don't know. I guess they don't want to be seen as enabling the purchases of certain immoral adult video games available for purchase there. That shouldn't be up to credit card companies. Why wouldn't credit card companies want to take money regardless of somebody's morality? Right? There's nothing that links somebody's credit card purchase with the item that, or the company's morality that the person used the credit card to purchase. That just doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, you're setting up a line of credit for somebody to buy something that maybe your company disagrees with, but who's doing the reporting on that? Who's connecting Amex with, you know, busty beach babes volleyball or bullshit like that? It doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Just take the money and don't let people know what the purchases are being used for. Seems weird. I'm really curious what is going on in the justice system too. Dumb security for years. Oh, interesting. I didn't know this about you. It's basically babysitting adults, but the amount of effort it takes to keep people and places safe is staggering. People just don't want to behave. That's crazy to me. The problem I feel has many facets and that several things will have to change in not just policing, but the justice system and just civilization as a whole. Yeah, like I was kind of hinting before, I think like the justice system and law enforcement and security, those are all one aspect of it, but those are reactionary to a cultural sickness that especially the US participates in, right? We have certain ways that we think of sexual immorality that most of us have this vibe of what's wrong and what shouldn't be allowed and what you should be persecuted or prosecuted and maybe even, ended for perpetrating against other people. And then there's a percentage of people that just believe that there are things that they should be allowed to do and they should jump in and do it to whomever and they should be allowed to get away. And they flood the system so much that we don't have enough resources to deal with them. And so they also feel like if I'm a drop in a bucket, maybe I'm part of the people who can get away with this. And unfortunately, murder is with this too. Like I was mentioning before, there's a crazy high statistic, I don't remember what it is, of people who get away with murder. Like they don't actually get caught after the murder case has been opened and it's clear that somebody did it and you got to go find who that person is. They actually don't find that person and the case gets closed and statute of limitations comes up and it's just done. But if we're not solving for the cultural problems that cause these situations, then all of our laws and all of our protections and all the ways that we punish people afterwards, like what the fuck does that even do? You can punish somebody and it doesn't stop the next person from wanting to do it or having that sickness within them. Like if we're talking about the Epstein list again, pedophilia is one of those things, right? Where it's like, it's very clear and overt what our community and culture believes is wrong in that field and what we want to have happen to people who commit that crime. But it doesn't stop a next upcoming person from having those feelings and then eventually acting on them. How do we stop that? Because punishment doesn't seem to be the answer. As much as we have a very punitive system in place, people still think like, yeah, that's really, really bad. It is. I still want to do it. Maybe I won't get caught. And maybe even if I get caught, I still needed to do it. It's just in me to do it. So how do we cure people or stop people or prevent that from happening? Like what is happening there where that's happening to people? I mean, it's unnatural in the first place, right? Even if there was not a single person in our culture that said, I care about innocent lives. I don't care what happens. And they all say, I don't care about what happens to, minors. It's still not natural. We naturally breed with breedable people. So if you don't do that, you're unnatural and there's a problem there even before any cultural layers are added. So we have multiple layers of why this is wrong, why we should have stopped or prevented or figured out how to solve for or cure this. Is this one of those things that CRISPR can handle one of these days? Like it's a genetic issue. We go, aha, there it is right there. That marker. Just turn that off for all humanity forever. Just kill it. I don't know. I'm incensed about that particular topic, so it'd be lovely if we ever got to a place where that would completely end for everybody. I only mentioned it because Munish mentioned Steam. Oh, gotcha. Also, if it isn't illegal content, I wish they would leave things alone. You want me to use a credit card or not? Yeah, exactly. Like there are so many ways in which the world needs to back out of people's individual personal lives. And I feel like this was a problem in the last 20, 25 years for both in the US, the left and the right, where they had this idea of what you feel, what you're interested in, what you do in your own private space in your home is of my interest or is of government interest. And we should be able to step in and educate you and guide you and maybe legally bind you to things or tell you what you can and can't do. And it's like, honestly, and don't get me wrong, I know what the libertarians in the US are like, the small government people. They're fucked. I have watched interviews with the last like major libertarian presidential candidate, and she was insane. Like I can't vibe with the idea of the anarchist small government people in this country at all, because they don't make any sense whatsoever. The things that they want to give is like freedoms don't work in any way. They're not free. They're constraints because they I was gonna say harm. It's not harm. They create too many open, exploitable, and hurtful scenarios in which somebody with power should step in and protect and help their populace around them. We're about to go into ad break for some of you, but I'm going to continue down this vein. When it comes to the left and right, they've both been rather invasive in the personal protected freedoms of what somebody should be able to do in the sanctity of their own home. And they both seem to want to increase the amount of government agencies and paid public employees that go out and do things to regulate and grow the governmental footprint at everybody's expense. And I personally like the idea that if somebody who is an expert on something stepped into my life and said, hey, you're paying some taxes, we're here, we're data scientists, we're informed people, we're subject matter experts on this particular scenario, and we're here to help the US guide it forward. So therefore, that's why your money's being spent on our agency. That's fine. But both sides of the fence put a bunch of shitheads in power that usually squander most of their resources. A lot of the people that I know that have worked in the public sector, some of whom I know are currently working in the public sector. And if you're watching this stream and you're my friend and you're one of those people that got one of those cushy government jobs, you know I'm talking exactly about you who work 2 hours a day and fuck off for 6 hours a day. And you got your sweet ass pension coming up in about 10 years or 20 years. And you are a drain on the system. I want you to lose your job. If you are listening to the stream tonight, I want you and every of your cohorts to lose their job. And I want that money consolidated. And I want it paid to somebody who knows what they're doing and will spend 8 hours being effective in a day instead of your cushy ass job where I pay you to not be an expert in this subject. That's what I would love. Yeah. But yeah, I think people need to leave our personal lives really, really far more untouched than the more recent administrations have tried for. We should not have to deal with the government stepping into our homes and telling us how we should act, what we should think, where our morality should be, what we're allowed to spend money on or not. Math, have you done equations in binary and hexadecimal? I sure have. Not that that's particularly useful. Every calculator can do that kind of stuff, but I've done it on paper for a grade, really, just for a grade. There's actually a use for it in coding, binary and hexadecimal. I'd argue that if you know how to do that stuff by hand, it doesn't necessarily make you a better coder, because generally coding manages all that kind of stuff on its own, and calculators all do that stuff on their own, and there's no need for that kind of calculations. It's good to know that they exist. It's good to know why they exist, but it's not important to know how to manipulate them. Hello? It's a jam. Sorry, I don't know if you caught that I was reading your chats in YouTube, but like an hour late, because YouTube for some reason just stopped relaying to chat. I think I fixed it, but it's not going to be like properly relaying till next stream. Sad to say. That's my guess. That's my guess as to what happened. Anyway, thanks for finding your way to Twitch. Points and scared villager. Witch. I mean, if I could be accused of being a witch, I'd probably be pretty happy. I'm comfortable being a witch, to be perfectly honest. I want people to perceive me as being a breaker of proper social norms and rules, somebody who has systems and functionality that pulls people out of their normative sheep, conforming to what's it called? Conforming to capitalist propaganda situation. I want you to all be much more activated citizens, and I think that would definitely put me in line of being accused of being a witch if they did that in 2025. Did you see that the LGBTQ suicide hotline got chopped? I would believe it. I also believe that if that happened, somebody out there has got to start pulling resources together, if they haven't already, to get it back up so that it's not government funded. So that kind of stuff has to exist, and we can't necessarily rely on a government that ping pongs back and forth to manage those kind of resources. It should have been in a .org that was not publicly funded, probably in the first place, because I just don't. The way U.S. politics tends to work out, I feel that there are certain things that we believe that the government should be stepping in, or that public funding should be able to be supportive of, that just don't make sense to me, because we will always be a little bit more to the left than a little bit more to the right every like so many years. We are the frequency might change a little bit, but we always oscillate, and so there's certain things you just can't trust to that oscillation, because the chance that they'll get chopped is too high down the line. Oh, it's for youth. Gotcha. No, I'm a paladin. Wait, what? Oh, because you thought Kit was calling you a witch. I guess it was never really about the kids. There are kids and kids, right? The right will argue that the reason why they chop that is because it's protecting the kids from propaganda, from being pushed a certain narrative that they're allowed to be a certain way that is unnatural to God's plan for who they are. There's always a telling of the story that works well for at least half the country, right? And it's something that when you say things like the right never really cared about the kids, the right never really cared about women's health, the right never really cared about women's rights, you miss the narrative, or maybe you don't, but you're just attacking them. But some people might miss the narrative of why the right believes what they do, or why their ideology catches so much ground. We're not talking about a fringe group of people that's like, man, these folks are whack jobs. They believe in MAGA. That's like really, really weird and radical and different. And we don't see that in a lot of the demographic in this country. We're really talking about a country that's like it's not 50-50. I think the majority of the people here is based on the popular vote of the last election, swing to the left, if not radical left. They're probably closer to moderate left. But the amount of people that believe toward the right cannot be, well, hello, sinner, cannot be left alone or forgotten or believed that they're all just a bunch of demons who all think hateful, awful things about people and just want control and violence and harm to the civilization. They're saying the same thing about the left. And so what it really comes down to, I think the left's burden, if they're going to succeed in the future, and I think based on the way things are going, they probably will, but you have to be careful, you could fuck this up, is that you have to find where the messaging is to reach those people on the right, how to speak to them instead of denigrate them. If you continue to make the right feel small and attacked for your ideologies, they will double down every time and they'll push their family and their church congregation to the polls and fight you tooth and nail, because now they feel like they're the white hat cowboy and you're the black hat. You'll make them feel like they're the hero. There's got to be a way to make them feel included and heard and bring them slowly into a modern idea of what's going on without harming their sensibilities. If you can't figure that, if the left politicians can't figure out how to grab some of the right, they could fail again, catastrophically. I think that they have an easier time coming up in midterms, but if they're not careful and they continue to do this demonization of 50% of the nation's population, you're harming your ability to win the polls. You're making it hard mode when it doesn't have to be. I don't know any other groups, but the Trevor Project seems to have beefed up. Oh, good. Witches are smart. They are smart. My family is a very witchcraft positive household. I'm actually training my kids in practical witchcraft. Not just yet. They're still a little young, but it's on the docket of things to do. We have like a whole knowledge tree thing. Should we talk about that in one of these streams? Like the, I don't know, some of you have kids, but not everybody does. But maybe some of you want to. Or maybe some of you just know young people that you would like to make witchier than they are today. We could talk about the whole like tree of knowledge that I'm trying to sort of develop out and how it combines practical, employable traits, home management traits, like just how to be an autonomous adult, and then also like magic. Good stuff. I think it'll be really good. I hope the girls really receive it well. And if anybody's interested in child development, whether it's yours or others, it might be fun to go over together. Good points with stopping the sickness in the first place. We also have to keep offenders out of society at the same time, and yet I hear so many jails are full. Right, but jails are full because that is a punishment step, right? That is somebody that we found who has become a perpetrator. And I'm not saying we go like Minority Report where we like find DNA situations in a baby and we're like, oh, you know what? This baby, we're going to have to put them on special watch. And, you know, we're going to have to, in addition to your pediatric visits, we have to make them visit a psychiatrist and like analyze them because they have this propensity based on this gene. I'm not saying like go necessarily that far, but we should get to the place where we're looking at certain crimes in a preventative measure situation, because we are coming to the point where big data might help us identify like high risk situations, in which case, while we're not necessarily saying, you know, go grab that person and prosecute them ahead of the crime, like Minority Report status, we might be able to say, what sort of interventionist policies could we do that could save us crazy money? If you could incentivize somehow prison systems for also having sort of this side hustle of preventative work they might get fat paychecks for helping people stay out of prisons and make more money in crime prevention than they would in keeping people imprisoned, potentially, in theory, because then they'd be taking like insurance companies' money, perhaps. But any scenario in which innocent lives are protected instead of avenged is going to be the better scenario. I'm not saying it's possible. I don't know that kind of shit. I don't know. Could we ever find the keys to stopping people from abusing innocent lives and stop them and stop it before it ever happens? That's my wish. That's my wish. The natural argument is a slippery slope, though. That's how we say gay people are unnatural or trans people are unnatural. So the difference between the idea of trying to do a procreative / recreative act with somebody who is completely innocent and incapable of proper consent by law, right? Versus somebody who is non-procreative but of an age to be romantically engaged with you and connective with you on other levels is pretty different. Natural doesn't necessarily mean the ability to just breed and nothing else, right? Connective in intimate ways means intimate, and intimate is a lot more nuanced than just of a specific age to be able to do the act. Yeah, I get what your point is, though. You're right. I should be more careful about that, like what's natural versus not natural. There's also some argumentation, and I think this is only in the last like 5 to 10 years of research, that seems to say that there are certain proclivities with like birth order and with epigenetics, with telomeres and epigenetics, in which case there tends to be higher propensities toward at least homosexuality. And in those cases, it's like, even if you feel like it's an unnatural scenario because it's not necessarily generative of passing down the gene traits, it is also two things. One, an extra resource for the breeders in the family who not tied up with their own child rearing, so can help out with the family otherwise. And two, statistically regularly occurring. And if it's a statistical fact that it happens in certain circumstances at a higher propensity, I would consider that natural instead of something very anomalous. Like, there's certain crazy small rate birth defects or small rate, ways that people are developed. And you might call those anomalous by the percentages, but LGBTQ is too statistically significant to call anomalous. Yeah. I would argue at a higher propensity than child SA, right? I've probably already said plenty of terms that is going to get this VOD absolutely shadow banned, but try to be somewhat protective of the words I use. At least part of the time. Yeah, well, this will probably get super shadow banned anyways, but I'll do my best here and there. Which is nuts, because looking at history, science, and anthropology, we can see it is natural. What they mean is isn't biblical. And that's insane too, because the Bible talks about plenty of different like weird scenarios when it comes to two people relating. And the amount of things that are banned in Leviticus is actually quite small. And for those people that are fighting for New Testament, New Covenant sort of ideas, everything in Leviticus is kind of like erased and replaced with like the grace of Jesus, blah, 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 dying on the cross. So there's plenty of reason why using the Bible as a standard is a really big slippery slope and allows for way too many things that a modern person would argue are probably not permissible. Not to mention that society has moved well past biblical standards, right? Like when it comes to slavery, the amount of slavery and genocide that's permitted through biblical text and in fact encouraged by the Godhead in those stories is insane. And when you have apologetics come out and talk about that, their argumentation for why that's okay in the Bible but not okay in modern religious expression of the Bible, they sound absolutely batshit. I've never heard an argument that makes any sense to somebody who's not already entrenched in the church zeitgeist about it all, who are there just, you know, chugging the apologetics. D is choosing violence tonight. I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. I get incensed about certain topics, and we're bringing up like religion in part, and so that gets me more chaotic. I like how, like, I pulled up, for those of you that know the music, I've pulled up Final Fantasy 14 and was going to be playing this and talking at the same time, and maybe doing the recipes carryover from what I wanted to do is bring them over from Gluttony Discord into the knowledge base if chat was boring. But you guys are fucking the least boringest, best chatters, best community shit. I've said this so many streams in a row that I feel like you guys are going to start to get imposter syndrome or not believe me or anything. So maybe this stream, I will not say that you're the best community out of every other streamer's community out there, and that you're not the most passionate and intelligent and well-researched and agile to change your minds to new information and full of compassion. I won't say that about you guys because I say it too many times. So tonight I'll just say you guys are just okay, and maybe there are better communities out there than you. I'm just kidding. That's impossible. There are no better communities than you guys. I can't say it. I can't. The ruse is already fallen apart. I could only hold it for 2 seconds. You guys are amazing. I agree with useless, cushy jobs getting the axe. Meanwhile, I see some government workers breaking their backs and get next to nothing. That's the thing, too, is like there's so many. It's such a weird disparity. The amount of people that I think do way more than they're supposed to. They're overemployed, right? They're doing probably 2 to 3 people's jobs. They have heavy scrutiny or heavy public awareness of what they do because of the reporting functions or whatever it is about the type of job that they have to run. And they're making like $50K a year. In some places, that's reasonable money to get by. But if you get into higher urban situations or just a suburb of a large municipality, I mean, we live just outside of Atlanta. Being in the suburbs of Atlanta is not a significant price break compared to being in Atlanta. My family, in no way, shape, or form, could afford the dirty parts of Atlanta. We just couldn't. We have to be in the suburbs. That's how crazy Atlanta is for pricing. But even in the suburbs, we're probably still paying crazy amounts more money than somebody could if you just drove an hour even further out from Atlanta and like really got yourself into, you know, the boonies or whatever, just like out of whatever. We just wanted to be in a place that had like at least fiber, and where we moved didn't have fiber, unfortunately, and now it does. So that's pretty cool. We moved to an area where the growth was so precipitous that it didn't take more than a few years of living off of coax in the house. Then a company finally came in. It's like, oh, your neighborhood deserves fiber. And I was like, yes, we do. We'll tell all of our neighbors. We'll get, you know, we'll get everybody in the entire neighborhood to sign a lease if you'll just dig the trenches and lay down the cables. And then they did. And now I'm able to well, I lost a streaming platform an hour in. One stream down, 4.5 streams outbound, thanks to nice upload speeds on fiber. Yeah, but for everybody that's backbreaking their work for a 50K salary or whatever, there's also folks like, I hate to say it, somebody who's in my college alum group Discord that I'm in with a few friends, who's working so little, making such good money, and shared with us what his pension is going to look like when he retires. And it's so good. He gets Social Security and pension, and maybe he's also, you know, investing and or doing 401k on the side and stuff too. So he's going to live a really nice life when he's not working, which is insane to me that the government allows so much of taxpayer money to feed into people who've stopped working. I know that's sort of the nature of pensions for companies, but I used to only know that on the private sector side of things. And you know, if a company is really big and doing really well and they want to really incentivize the best talent, maybe giving that person a pension is part of how you put costs in order to get great growth out. You say, hey, we want the best marketers and the best sales managers and the best, you know, whatever happens to be, the best C-level execs you can get, CIO, CFO, all these sort of things, then they deserve a great pension, i.e. 30 years of not working for the company while still getting money from the company, which to me is just baffling. But if you're a big company, sure. But when it happens with taxpayer money, that part's insane to me. The amount of pension that goes out to people, the amount of people who are not working for the US government anymore, but still get paid from the US government, from our tax money, for doing not that great of a job in the first place, is baffling to me. And if Doge really did their work, which I don't believe they did, then a lot of that would have been cleaned up. I don't think Doge was ever about that shit. It can help with optimization. What can? Sorry, I missed where we were talking about. It depends on what kind of programming you do. If you do real-time programming, oh, you're talking about like knowing binary and hex. If you do real-time programming, you don't have access to high-level languages. I guess I've never done real-time programming. Are you familiar with that? Could you entertain my, like, give me a rundown on how that all works out? I'm kind of curious. It's good if sorry. Hi, Schvingy, first of all. Let's give you code in x86 ASM. I've never done that in my life. Please inform me. I'm so curious about this kind of stuff. Like, I'm not going to necessarily do that, but I'd be curious to learn about people who do. It was perhaps more important with hexadecimal know-how in the past to store information. I've been able to optimize space quite a bit before. Oh, good shit. Martin29, hi. Welcome back. I think you've found the channel before. Hi. It did happen. The funding was cut. So in response, Canada opened their 1-800 to US people as well as their own. Hell yeah, Canada. Stepping up and being the man for the US. I feel like this is one of those things where Canadian culture has by and large enjoyed certain perks of the US in the past. And now that the US is so perkless, Canada, some cool bros in Canada are like, don't worry. For those of you that are down, we've got you. Not to say that Canada is like trying to help out all of the US. I think they know who in the US they'd like to help and who they don't, but cool of those that are willing to help us out. Question, does pineapple belong in lasagna? Honestly, King, Skyfire Runner, hi, welcome. Honestly, I could easily see pineapple working in lasagna. I've never had it before, but I've had pineapple in spaghetti with marinara and some other things in it, and it was good. I've had pineapple on pizza. It's good. I don't care if anybody doesn't like it. If you don't like things, don't put them on your food, right? You go to a Subway sandwich place and they have, I don't know, black olives. You don't like black olives, or they have green olives. You don't like green olives, or anything, any particular topping you don't like. Do you say, I hate you guys because you have this one topping that I can elect to have off? No. So why are people upset that some people put pineapple on pizza? Doesn't make sense to me. Let people enjoy things. I think pineapple and pasta is fine. I think pineapple and, because lasagna usually has some sort of like red sauce with it. If you do a cream sauce with your lasagna, because I have had some lasagnas that are sort of like, it's like Alfredo-y or more cheesy. I feel like it's mostly like white gooey stuff in the layers, I don't think pineapple would work. I think it needs acidic to go with the acidic. So you need tomato to go with the pineapple. So as long as you have some sort of marinara base, tomato based, something in there, something pureed to go with the pineapple that's like bright and bright, then you add like dark stuff to that. You got your like black olives or mushrooms or something with more of a heavy base. Of course, whatever meat you want to add to that, that's fine too. You probably also want to add bitters. So like I'd probably put zucchini in there just so that the bright wasn't too bright. Otherwise, it's going to taste like tangy and sweet. If it's just tomato and pineapple, you have to have nuance. You have to have everything. Oregano for more like base. There's ways to do it. Yeah, there's ways to do it. I definitely am down for pineapple and lasagna. I'm down to try it anyways. If it's shitty, who cares? Glitch, welcome back again. Were you gone and then back? It's interesting to me how many people I know here in Canada who will talk about the US now like it's a third world. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. The US has some things that are still going to keep going because they're larger than the US, right? Like Apple's a great example. This big US company based out of Cupertino in California, right? They have stuff happening in China. They have stuff happening in India once they had the indication that maybe China and the US might be on the outs for a little while. They have a data center for iCloud that's redundant with the ones in the US over in Cork, Ireland. Why do I know all this stuff about Apple? Don't worry about it, but I do. So this is like a country of itself. It is like its own ecosystem of people who like buy into the product. The designers are all over the place. Even with the tax situation that they have in California, they've spread a lot of their operations to Austin, Texas, and then they have all these overseas things to like help them out as well. They get into like big patent trolling fights with Samsung, so they're back and forth with South Korea, both paying money because Samsung patent trolled them, and then getting money back because they patent trolled Samsung. So there's so many different ways in which it's like it's its own like ecosystem and economy that's well outside of just US, and any one administration that pops in is going to have some effect on Apple's future, but not really. They're just too big for all of that. And I feel like that's the case for some other companies, for some other citizens. Many people in the US have dual citizenship or come from other places or are willing to navigate back out to their previous countries and repatriate or do dual citizenships, like some people in this particular chat, which is I'm jealous and have considered or have looked into dual citizenship myself. It requires a severe 7-year commitment for me to do so. So we'll see if it happens in the future. Maybe it depends on how the midterm election and the next elections go. But in a lot of other ways, there are some third world stuff happening here. And I don't blame Canadians for feeling that way. Yeah. What kind of lasagna? Like a dessert lasagna? I mean, you could also... So pineapple doesn't always have to be paired with savory too, right? Although it does work, I think, really well with savory. You could also make a dessert lasagna out of it. You could do pineapple and brown sugar and cherries, and you could do something like that. It'd be a little weird with the noodles, but I've had other noodle-based desserts before in the past. It's not unheard of. Not just because of Trump. I know plenty who like him who are saying the same. I mean, yeah, really what it comes down to is a lot of like, what it comes down to is the income disparity. And I feel like this is the same problem that people have with external perceptions of Brazil. And I think internally, I think it's the same scenario where some people are feeling like it's not really that bad, but it also kind of feels like it's that bad for others. Brazil is one of the top, 8 GDP economies in the world right now. And yet the income disparity is so extreme that you could be living like a millionaire or billionaire in any other country and get all the perks of that. And you could also be in such abject poverty with such minimal social services and support and like almost nothing you could tap into to help you out of it. That disparity hurts and feels weird. It looks like the system is fucked up It looks like it is a bad country or a failing system when that kind of disparity occurs. Yes, both sides make points to make themselves look good and rational and vilify the other side. A big problem is that people don't take the time to understand where each other comes from. Sometimes a point you may have ever considered could actually be a good one. Have to challenge your bias at times. I honestly think whoever in this next election is able to reach across the aisle a little bit and say, we hear what you are concerned about and we want to address it, will win. And that's a cautionary tale, because I do think that the left will win the next election without the right's intervention in that capacity. But if the right finds a way to reach out across to some of the left and say, hey, I hear you about this, that sucks, and we've got an answer for you, and I know you've thought one way about us, but hey, we're at least concerned about your A, B, and C policies, and we've got some answers for them. If they win over people on the moderate left because they're actually willing to reach over the aisle, then the left's elitism and putting down of the right will fuck them over, and they could lose. It's a long shot that they could lose. They'd have to really fuck up, but the left has to be careful and stop doing the you all are a bunch of demonic, awful, hateful bigots, racists, whatever, and calm down and try to reach across the aisle a little bit and make some of those people feel understood, or at least say, you know, we're not going to do what you think we're going to do, but we're at least hearing you and find something, you know. I don't know I actually don't know I'm not a reach over the aisle sort of politics person. I think I see that the opportunity is there, but I haven't studied that. I never studied politics, and my understanding of politics is incredibly recent and incredibly nascent. So for me to start saying, how does the left reach to the right without, you know, shifting the Overton window or whatever, I'm not that person that has the answers. It may take a while for you to get to it since you're behind in chat. Yeah, but I've accepted that I'll likely not be able to retire. That sucks. That really sucks. I can tell you, honestly, I'm a big nerd, right? I'm not a big deep dive nerd, so I don't know a lot about one subject. And if you pin me down on any particular topic, chances are you're going to, what's the word I'm looking for? Stump me on something, on anything, just about. But what I have done is create a family household budget. It's off. It's not correct, but it is at least something. And it's got the next year down like pretty good, with a little bit of worst case scenario math, so that if we get an electric bill that's a little bit lower than I predicted, we're going to be okay. And the chances are that if a bill comes through and it's a little bit higher, that's going to be weird, but it probably won't break the bank. Mostly I overestimate in things that are variable, like our trash. Our trash is just our trash. We don't pay extra for the weight of the trash bin, right? They just charge you a monthly fee. So I have that just like regularly budgeted out. But when it comes to like usage things, water, electric, gas, that sort of stuff, I overestimate a little bit. And then when the bill comes and it's less, hey, we've got a little bit of extra wiggle, so we can do a little bit extra this month, and that's okay. So I'm always kind of like concerned about that. And what I've actually done, even though the next year is like really well planned out, I've continued that trajectory, and I've planned out all the way to when I can retire. I have. And I can tell you, so retirement age in the US is 65. Is that right? Early retirement, I think you can start at 62. Somebody course correct me if I'm wrong on these numbers, because I need to look at the spreadsheet and everything. I'm not going to pull it up right now. But the it's like mid 60s, right? Mid 60s is retirement. You could do early retirement, but if you do early retirement, your social security payments come at a penalty for the rest of your life. So not really optimal unless you're in a real big squeeze, or if you've got other monies and it's not really a big deal, or well, then you still wouldn't retire early, right? You'd just not start taking in retirement for a while. And then there's late retirement, and late retirement actually gives you a benefit, which makes it feel weird to call retirement. If 65 is not the full amount you can get if you retire at 65 and you start taking Social Security payments at that time, if that's not the full amount you can get, then why does the Social Security Administration call that 100%? I think if you delay, your payments can go up to what they call 130%, which to me, that's bullshit math, right? That fucks with your head. What the real answer is, and I think this is at 70, at age 70, you can get the maximum amount of Social Security, which in my opinion, you call that 100%. You don't call that more than, first of all, there's no such thing as more than 100% of a payment of something. If the real maximum is at 70, call that your maximum Social Security ability. That's 100% of Social Security. At 65, even though that's what they incentivize you to take, by calling it 100%, that's propaganda. 65 is 30% less. Well, I don't know if it's 30% less. If you go 130% to get to 70, and then you call that the new 100, 65 isn't necessarily 70%, right? I don't know quite how it maths out, but the answer is if you start taking money at 65, that's not the full amount you could get. Even though they called 100%, that's not the full amount you could get. You could still delay for 5 more years and get more money is my answer. So 70 is the max you could get. I call that 100% in my own books. And straight up between you and me, Gavin, if I waited till 70 and I started taking Social Security at 70, I still can't retire. I'm still not ready. The amount of output that I have to do to fund our basic needs and households and all the expenditures that we have, unless something dramatically changes, like moving to another country and living in a much smaller, more affordable place with a different cost of living completely, unless something like that changes, not retiring even at 70. 65, out of the question. 70, not really. Not unless something dramatic changes between now and then. Yeah. Like in Arduino is a real-time programming environment. I really don't know about this kind of stuff. Arduinos are used for robotics and automation. Oh, cool. I always wanted to get into that. I have a gearhead mindset, but I've never done it. Maybe I just fetishize it. And if I tried it, I wouldn't like it. But in my brain, I really want to work with computers and physical moving components like robotics and automation. The language is basically similar to C. Well, that's good. I know some C, or I still remember some C, I should say. Knowing how to do binary/hex ops in C helps you optimize. Oh, good stuff. Although I'd probably end up chat GPTing some of that these days. You used chocolate shavings in place of noodles for dessert lasagna? Oh, used, not used. Interesting. Well, that sounds a lot tastier, although way too decadent. For the amount of noodles you'd usually have in lasagna, if that was entirely replaced with chocolate on like a 1-to-1 proportion amount, I think that's too much chocolate. I would get overwhelmed immediately. It's not just the economical stuff. It's like what I said about people who have visited periodically for years, deciding it's too much of a risk or at least too distasteful to even set foot in the country again. Interesting. Is there like a cultural scenario that you think gets under the skin of Canadians? Something about like how they interface with Americans? I've been told time and time again that I don't feel American to people. And you can tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I am too American, and I apologize for that. I do. I'm trying my best not to. My family is relatively new to the country, and not to say that I learned everything about my own personal culture and ways to interface with people based on my family alone. You know, it's experiences, it's friends that I had growing up, it's different schools that I went to, mentors that I had along the way. But you know, I I also learned how to be a person from my family, and my grandma was an immigrant from Finland, escaping, Russia, because Russia and Finland, back in the days, like early 1900s, kind of, dicey. So a lot of Finns were looking for literally any place else to be other than Finland, and some of them found it. I'm just that's theory crafting as to why maybe some people say like, oh, you don't really strike me as having like American values or ideals, or you're not like typical U.S. sort of citizen. But I wonder if it is something about sort of the more normative ways that Americans interact with others that might be abrasive or off-putting or third world feeling to the Canadian coming down to visit. Graham cracker crumbs, that sounds more appealing maybe in the long form or in the greater scheme of things for lasagna. Might feel kind of texturally weird. Maybe I just wouldn't call it a lasagna at that point, but just some sort of like graham layered dessert kind of thing. But that could be good. I do like graham. And I don't think it would be as overwhelming as chocolate. Don't want to be renditioned to South America for some whim by the NSA or arrested because credit card info is being stolen by the U.S. government agencies and people in Canada who ever bought legal weed getting arrested or just denied entry to the country. Feels scary to enter the U.S. I do feel like that there is some fear, not just from foreigners, about the lack of understanding about like where the U.S. is as far as their law enforcement, how they treat other people from other countries, and like what they would do if they found or decided they found something wrong about you and your history. But it's also an endemic situation where most people in the US, I don't know, I'm making it, that's weasel words, that's absolutely not supported by anything, where I feel like people that I've met, we'll just bring it down to anecdotal, which I know doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of difference, but maybe you can find some studies that back up my anecdotal claim. Anecdotally, some people I've met really do feel like law enforcement here is not on their side. They are waiting for scenarios to exploit, engage, and attack the citizenry here, the citizens of other countries, and are looking for ways to bolster, one, their purpose for existence, two, their funding, three, their performance metrics. Everybody that I've spoken to who's worked for a police department says there is no such thing as a quota system, i.e., you would never become a police officer and they say you have to make this number of arrests in a month and this number of speeding tickets in a month and this number, whatever. However, you are rated against your peers, which is different than a quota system, but it still creates a quota. That is to say, if everybody in your precinct got like 5 speeding tickets in the month, I was just making up a stupid shit number, and you only got 2 speeding tickets, your chief is probably going to have a talk with you and be like, can you let me know what you're doing with your time? Or can we audit? Can I ride with you and like just really observe how things are going? And that feels shitty, to feel like you're doing your job. You feel like you're doing your job right. But because everybody else around you is like finding all these opportunities to say, oh, this was a broken taillight, or I followed this person and then eventually they started speeding and I was able to catch them, or they just get more done than you. Now at the end of each month, you feel incentivized to do this too. And this is why a lot of areas in the country tend to find higher level of police presence in the last week of the month. And it feels like a quota, right? It feels like, oh, well, you're just sitting there trying to catch speeders right now in these last few days because you're trying to get your quota numbers. They're not meeting a quota number, but they are trying to be competitive with everybody else. So they miss the eye of Sauron, their chief, like watching and hawking over them and giving them new goals and trying to say, oh, your KPI aren't matching up, which is exactly where I am right now with my day job, which is bringing me to the part where I was going to eventually mention this out loud on stream so you all would hear it. Yes, indeed, I have been suffering from the Eye of Sauron myself. I feel like for my company, which is not in law enforcement, The only reason why stuff like this would ever happen, where my direct supervisor would say, I don't know about your KPIs, or I don't like where we're seeing, you know, this disparity here. You're not reporting how you're using your time better, and I don't feel like you're doing this enough, and you really should be doing a bigger impact on that. And I'm going to watch you, and we're going to talk about this every single day now. We're going to have morning meetings. You're going to tell me everything you did the night before, and or the day before, and everything that we're going to do the next day, and I'm going to hold you to these goals, blah, 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 blah. It's a huge departure from how this company was run for the last 3 years for me, to suddenly be under Eye of Sauron. One, it smells like layoffs to me. Nobody gets that nitpicky about my job at a time where we're also refactoring budget, by the way. Nobody refactors budget and then stares at somebody like me in my job. I won't talk about what I do precisely, but the position I'm in is largely hands off, or has been for 3 years. And is now very hands-on, and is like micromanaged heavily. It smells like layoffs. And two, for somebody like me who's really been looking this last year, how do I just make content creation a full-time thing? Now that my day job's becoming so hostile, there's this part of me, I won't do it. I won't do it because I got kids and I got Oz and all this sort of, I got people I gotta support, and this place ain't, you know, cheap. It makes me just want to quit. You know what? Fuck all this. I just want to see if full-time content creation could at least cover just the basic bills of this. If I really did it full-time, I'm talking more than 40 hours a week, because I got it in me. I'm already working more than 40 hours a week between this, the day job, and third job that some of you know about. And between those three, if I were able to quit the day job and put all of that money into content creation, I feel like in a year we could get to covering bills. But it makes me nervous, you know? Like, this is not a salary job. This is the type of job where if things start to not make ends meet, I gotta start reading ads in the middle of my VODs. Like, by the way, tonight's, you know, this VOD was sponsored by NordVPN, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I got to start shilling for money. I got to start doing newsletters and Skillshare courses that you can buy, and, you know, buy my ebook for $20 that'll change your life and all that sort of bullshit. But I'd rather do that than what I'm doing right now. If this micromanagement continues, maybe it'll be the incentive to drive me to do this full time. We'll see how it goes. All right, thanks for letting me rant about very personal annoyances. All right, may I be able to inject chat with some good news from my end? Gavin, please share with us your good news. I would love to hear it, to be perfectly honest. I need good news from you guys. It's a fun hobby. Just buy some Arduinos before Trump raises the tariffs on all of them. If I had hobby money, I'd be down for sure. Or if I thought it could turn into stream content. Incentivizes a certain kind of behavior, yeah, for self-preservation. 100%. I've got to go to bed, but in answer to your question, Canadians, I would say largely do have a bit of a chip on their shoulder about American culture. It's a stereotype, but one that's widely accepted in a lot of ways. Probably also perpetrated by Americans too. That Americans are louder, ruder, and pushy. Ugh. I agree. For every Canadian I've ever met and every American I've ever met, I gotta agree with all of those, to be perfectly honest. I'd say Canadians are in denial about just how American we really are. I don't know. I've never really met a loud, rude, or pushy Canadian. At least not yet. Maybe I will. I used to joke that we might be grumpy about not being allowed to compete on American Idol. They should just make it North American Idol and let everybody on the continent. Give them Raid Shadow Legends bucks. Ew. I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, you don't have to be a big streamer to get really regular sponsorship requests. I get emails all the time, push notifications through Twitch, Stream Elements, which I use for some things on my stream, also sends me a lot of information in this way. I have so many sponsorship opportunities that I'm turning down. And do you know why I turn them down? Because the vast majority of them make me transform a good chunk of my stream, sometimes 2 hours, sometimes up to 4 hours, into just like a living, breathing commercial for the entire time. And I've watched other streamers do this, some smaller than me even do this. And it's so sad how much work you do at this level of community for how little payout you get. Because it's usually something like everybody who downloads the game and makes it to level 20, you'll get $20. And if you've got a streaming audience of like, I don't know, 10 to 20 people on average, then let's say a third of them capitulate. The rest of them are going to be either lurking or they're just disinterested in following your stupid shill path, even if it's just like download a free game and play it. They don't want to do it. So only a third do it. So now you're looking at between 3 and 6 people. Let's just, for the sake of good, put 6 people down as like they're gonna loyally follow you and do this thing. So you got 6 people times 20. So you've got $120 extra in your pocket. Well, that's only that one stream. Are you going to do that every stream of the month? You'll probably start to push people away if every single stream's got some sort of incentivization. But maybe like one stream per week for a month. So let's just say you got a 4-week month. You have $120 per week in sponsorship money that you're getting from people going through all the motions, playing these downloadable games or doing the incentive or getting the subscription or whatever. It's making 120 times 4. That's 480. It's less than $500 a month more than what you're making. $500 is $500, but on a month-to-month basis, is that covering your rent? Probably not. Is it covering your gas, water, and electric altogether? Here, maybe, but I still have other money I got to raise too besides that. It's just like, and it's so much time and so much effort to show that kind of stuff. And you're really requiring so much of your audience to do all of that. I've said no to every single one that's come my way, or rather I've ignored. I haven't actively said no. I can't do the Rage How to Legends shit. I can't do it. If it's an affiliate link that I can put somewhere like on my website or whatever, and I can guide you to it, and I could honestly say, I bought this. I like this. If you want to buy it right now, do it too. Like if you're in the market for it, go get it. But if you're not, don't, like some things like a blender or a bed or a pair of shoes, people just don't buy those on a whim. If you need it, then you might be looking, and then maybe my affiliate link might be worth it. But am I going to tell my active audience every night that I stream, yeah, don't forget to check out my affiliate link for this. Treat yourself. Sure, you bought a bed or bed mattress in the last 5 years. Wouldn't you like to buy another right now? Trash that old one. Who cares if it's still good? Who cares if it doesn't smell? Who cares if it's still the best sleep of your life? Go indulge yourself and get another. I hate it. I hate that part. So Gavin says, I actually had a job fall into my lap where I got to voice more than one major character and got some side ones too. Excellent. That's so exciting. As for those of you that don't know, I do professional voice acting, and I'm always a fan of hearing other people getting into the industry, getting gigs, what it's like, how they're doing. I do free mentorship on the side for anybody that's curious. Recorded a lot the past couple of days and already got paid. The director loved my work too. Beautiful. When a director loves your work, which I think is one of the main things you could look to do. Yes, you want to match the specs of the job, but you also want to be beloved by the director. And that can mean more than just doing the job as they want you to. Directors and voice actors are at times, if they're in the room with the sound engineer, and you usually have sound engineer and director both there with you while you're doing your lines. Those are your co-workers right then, right? Or boss and co-worker, you might want to consider it. However you want to consider it. You also need to think about this as you've clocked in and you're working with people on a job. Do they want to work with you? Do they like you as a coworker? Do you feel like a good team player? How do you take criticism? How do you interface? What are your soft skills like when you're not reading? You know, what sort of person do they strike you as? If you can make that deeper connection, and your work also carries with you, because you could be nice and chummy, but if you read like shit, then they're not going to take you back. They're like, oh, that guy's really nice. I'd like to do lunch with him, but I don't want to hire him again. But you also don't want to be the opposite. You don't want to be off-putting, but do great work. They'll probably want to, they'll feel maybe subconsciously incentivized to work with somebody else instead. So the real key is to do both if you can. And it sounds like you got them both. That's really great. I've had people mention that I'm half Canadian when it was commented on that I was always friendly and mellow. Took it as a compliment. I would argue that nobody has ever said that being Canadian or even part Canadian was ever like a negative comment or an insult in any way. I'd say it's always positive. I don't know why people think I'm Canadian or why the Canadian tag shows up on you. Interesting. You sure you didn't elect that one? I'm from the world of Everine. Are other people on Twitch also from that world? I'm just curious if you're part of a greater conglomerate or if you're the one ambassador from that world. Peter Griffin moment. Do you fuck Kokidama? I love Kokidama. I don't know what that is. I must not have caught that episode. Okay, well, it's late. It's past the end of my stream. I never even switched scenes to Final Fantasy, which is fine, because that was only ever going to be just like whatever, waste of time in the intermittent parts. But also, I literally never pulled up the knowledge base and got any recipes into there from Discord, from the Gluttony server. And that's great. And in my failure to do what the stream title said, I thank you all very much for being the best show that I could ever ask for, and great. And I love what we do together, and I want to keep doing this even more and more full-time. Eventually one day completely full-time would be lovely if we can make it work, because this is great for me, and that if that was enough to pay the bills, that'd be good. But two, I don't think this necessarily exists that much on Twitch or on other social media that I stream to as well. Like, maybe you all have other streamers that you watch that also do chatting, and sometimes I see some folks that are in like just chatting. What I hear just chatting generally talk about is like fandoms and games and books and stuff that you've read or watched or played, and stuff that happened to you in your day. The people that you met when you went out to this one thing and this really cool place you got to see, or this really shitty coworker, or this bad customer that came into your business, and oh my god, you guys, I just want to talk about this today. And just share like on a kind of a surfacey level, like the basics of life. I'm sure you all have people in your life that do that. They talk about their kids, their pets, their day at their job, and that stuff's important for everybody. It's meaningful to be there and to have that support for others. I think people need that in their lives. I just want to be something a little bit elevated and bigger than that. And I think we do that regularly. And it's not always what's on the docket either, which I think is smart. Not that I planned it this way, but I think it's good, because when you see what's on the docket ahead of time, you say, okay, that's what the stream title is. You can never guess or estimate that because that's the title, you know what the stream's going to be about, and therefore you're interested or not interested. If you think you're not interested in a title, chances are you're going to miss out on a stream that's talking about something else entirely, right? For all the amount of conversation we had about the Epstein list for a stream that was supposed to be about recipes. This could have been the stream that you really wanted to be in, but you're like, oh, recipes. I don't know about that. I'm not so sure I'll join in. I think I'm the only streamer for Everine. Ooh, challenge accepted. I'm gonna make a. I'm not. Imagine one day there's just a new VTuber from Everine, and he's got like deep, dulcet tones like me. Or I use a
voice changer, and then I'm somebody entirely different.
Not just kidding. I would never just steal your thunder like that, or try to steal half your thunder and become somebody else from the world. I'd have to say your conversation in Detox model is doing well. I think so. In ways that I didn't expect. I never expected to be in one camera the entire stream and not have games up and, you know, not draw people in with, you know, catfishing them with a game. Oh, look at my game. Look at my game. You see my game I'm playing? Therefore, you have to come and watch me, and then you might incidentally hear what I have to say. Instead, I can literally just be here with you guys. What I might do in the future, though, because I love this, is Carl, the guy that does Forest of Wires, and I used to see this with some other people. The who's the stepdad guy's name? He had stepdad in his name. He changed his name, so I can't remember his Steam name anymore, his Twitch name anymore. And because I wasn't following him, now I don't know how to find him. But they have like multiple cameras that change on the timer, and I love this about the Forest of Wires guy, because every camera angle also changes the green screen backdrop picture that he uses, so it looks like he's in a bunch of different spaces. He's so weird, but people seem to really love him, and he doesn't even talk about anything that deep. He's mostly, I don't know, I feel like the things that come out of his mouth are a little fluff. But I'd love to have like multiple camera angles that change so that there's more visual draw to the show, and talk about heavier topics, and also really get into topics that I don't really know that much about. I'd love to get into deeper stuff about politics and economics and just things and systems and forces that I grew up so agnostic or maybe just apathetic to, that I'd love to learn. I'd love to be the Huell Hauser of these new frontiers for me that other people know so much about, and then explore and learn from sort of a new vantage point, which might help other people see things in a different light if they hear them exposed from a place of learning, as opposed to me being a subject matter expert that's going to share my own personal bias on everything with you. I don't want to commit these things biased. In fact, I want to expose the bias where I hear it and question people if they're too assertive about things being a certain way. I'm like, okay, well, where's the proof on that? Or can we dive into this or find out where, you know, this stems from, and either rip people apart or really edify them if they've got their shit together. Actually starting on a project where I may have people represent some of the people of Everine. That sounds fun. Let me know if you need any help. Learning together. Yes, I would love that, honestly, really. Because I'm more interested now than I ever have been about history and politics and modern finance and economy and all these sort of things. I really want to learn, but I also want to learn without getting pushed by somebody's agenda or being infiltrated by a certain way of thought such that I'm closed off from the other side of the story or from understanding the picture more holistically. I want to see where bias exists. I want to see where things are failing the people by giving them a distorted view of what's going on, so that we can find ways to remedy that. Because I think one of two things can happen with propaganda. One, you buy into it and your whole world view is wrong, and people look at you like you're evil and like you're out to commit harm and like you're disingenuous because you can't prove anything once stuff's held up to scrutiny. So nobody wants to believe you or hold anything that you say as credible. You just look like a sheep and a shill. And the other side of propaganda is you're believing the right things, but the basis or background for what you believe is not there. It's distorted, or you don't have the proper evidence. So it might sound like you are arguing from the side of morality or from the side of the correct part of an argument. But when you look at the underlying support from where you're talking from, it falls apart, and that weakens what you stand for. So you might be standing for the right thing, but because your support is shit, now anybody who puts you under heavy scrutiny erodes the cause that you thought you were doing a good job standing up for. You have to have good support if you're going to stand for anything, so that when your opposition comes, you're not harming your own cause. Something like that. All right. It's super late. I still have another day job that I have to continue to clock in and receive the Eye of Sauron. Wish me luck on that. Pray that my therapy bills in a few years don't go too skyrocketing between that and the other thing. And I love your faces. I do really appreciate you all being here very much. You mean the world to me, and that's part of why what's happening? Jam.
Thanks for the stream, Damien.
Thanks so much for the biddies. For those of you that don't know about that particular soundbite and why it gives me the chills and why I leave it there, is because that soundbite comes from the Tiny when she was even tinier. She went through a period of her life where she'd feign amazement at everything and say wow at everything. And I'm just reminded of that era of her, so I immortalized it in a bit alert sound. Hope that luck you get will be good luck. Well, thank you. I appreciate your face. All right. If you've been watching on YouTube, Kick, or Trovo, we're saying goodnight to you right now. Instagram died a long time ago, and I didn't get the alert. Oh, yeah, because I turned it off this last stream. That's right. The Instagram alert that's been going off at the wrong time because the stream's just ending like super, super early. We're saying goodnight to you guys now. We'll catch you again on Saturday. Saturday, we're doing more Mist 5. Where are we in Mist 5? I think we're near the end, but I got like stuck. So maybe we'll just chat a whole bunch like this stream and not actually play. No, I'm just kidding. If we play, it'll be Mist 5. And hopefully we get through it, because I think we're near the end. And this is the last of the Mists, although we will be playing more Mist-like games in the genre, including at least one made by Cyan. So that should be a lot of fun. Or a big headache. Either way. We'll see. And then Sunday, we're going to be playing more Omori, which is just a delight. A freaking delight of a game. And I love it. We're going through it slow because, you know, this is really more about you guys and me and not so much about the games. But it is happening. So those are happening. All of my streams, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, are 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific starting, and go for roughly 4 to 5 hours, depending on the night. Yeah. So for those of you on Twitch, hang out. We're going to go find somebody to raid. But for everybody else, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. That is a policy that I hold to very dear to my heart. So when I say those things, I don't just say them as an outro. I very carefully picked what I wanted to say because it is endemic to my personal philosophy. That is to say, 1, if you start taking care of other people and you're not there yet, you're going to deplete your ability to take care of people in the long run. And I will hold you accountable for that. If you are a good person that wants to do good things for people, put resources into yourself so that you can do that at the full extent. If you run yourself into the ground, if you have too much hedonism or bad vices, and you're actively currently depleting your resources such that you will not be able to help people at a greater capacity, I hold you personally accountable for those choices. And 2, once you've met those needs, you're fed, you're safe, you're loved, you've got those 3 things down, your basic hierarchy of needs. Who's that by? M name person. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Once you have that stuff down, I want you to ripple that out. You know, first your partner, your family, kids, whatever, parents, whoever your sphere is, your best friends, whatever tribe you've got, whoever's not toxic and depleting of your resources. Feed into those people too, you know, and go out and out and out. Your local, your neighborhood, the people on your street, your town, your county, your state, your country, your planet, everything. Help everyone all the time. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to give you that big of a quest, but you know, ripple it out. Should I just say ripple it out at the end of my stream? No, that's stupid. No, people listen to that and be like, ripple it. What did he just tell me to do? What did he call me? All right. Bye, everybody who's not Twitch. Have a good night, and I'll see you in a few days.